Hello all. Hang on a second. I gotta check my setup here. Let's see what we got going on here. Oh, don't start spazzing on me now. Okay. Let me just move a bit forward here. Sorry, I gotta do setups like this. I'm not crazy about it because I feel like it's in my way, but when I do, I gotta get used to doing setups like this. Whenever I'm doing stuff for Stamperia, they always want me to do it this way, and then I forget. Oh, that's loud. Sorry. I know that's loud. I'm sorry. I gotta have my timer here. Oh, 1 o'clock, right on the money. I thought I was late. Alright. Awesome. I hope everybody is having a wonderful weekend. It's kind of bland here, but this is a good day to stay inside and create, because it looks like it's kind of hazy outside today. I hope you guys are having a wonderful weekend. I don't know about you, but the summer is not summer yet. I'm used to 90 to 100 degree weather, even up here in Tennessee from Florida, and it's awful. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Is my music too loud? It sounds really loud to me. I got my hearing aids in today. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm just gonna wait until everybody gets on here a little bit. Hello all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Alright. I'll make some announcements while I'm getting ready. While I'm getting ready. There's only one of me, so while I'm getting ready here. I will have the next set of the steampunk bundle. I think it's in, what the heck was that? It's in gold or bronze. If you don't know what that is, I had it here in copper. They've all sold out. And this is it right here, except this is mine, and no, I'm not making it in rose gold, at least yet. This is just mine. I wanted one in rose gold to match my aesthetic over here. So the steampunk bundle, when I'm done with live, I will be adding the next color set. We had copper yesterday. We're going to have bronze, then gold, and then gunmetal. And then we will have, hang on, let me think. The Nothing But Treble one, which is the tricolor one. That was the very first one that I showed. And then we will have the Nautical Mood. Okay, 12. I was counting at the same time. Nautical Mood. And then we will also have, hang on, what was that other color that the Hypnotic color. Let me see if I got Hypnotic somewhere. This color right here in the steampunk bundle, which this one looks so awesome. I had one here on my desk. What happened to that little sucker? Somebody stole stole it. I don't know what happened to it. It was really cool too. It was a handle like this, and I had ran out of material and the pipe came out one color. And I was like, I can't do that again even if I tried. So yeah. So that is what I'm working on. Today, right now, I am working on a book for a special somebody, and I hope to God she's not here to see it. But she's going through her own journey and trials and tribulations and all that stuff, and so I'm making this book for her. I don't usually take any book requests, because if I do, I will never sleep again and I will never be able to create again. So this was a special circumstance, and for a friend of mine, I'm getting stuck to everything, and so I got time to do it for her, and this is what I'm doing today. So I am doing, somebody asked me that yesterday also, and her account is not active, but she does have a private account with only like, I don't know, like 50 people, I don't remember. And I'm not entirely sure, because she's not on Instagram either. I don't know where she is. She could be taking a break. She could be rebranding stuff. I don't know. I got a lot of, which mermaid color? I've been adding, mermaid tails and bundles all for months now. I told somebody yesterday, if you see somebody not on TikTok and they just kind of disappear, one of three things happens. Usually, they kind of take a break, maybe coming up with new ideas, or they get kind of burned out and they decide to take a break. Or two, life happens. Family situations like new jobs and stuff like that, and they don't have time to do it as much. Or three, they're rebranding themselves and they're coming back bigger, better, and uncut. You know, I have no idea. I have actual purple mermaid bundles in my Etsy shop, I think, right now. They look, oh my God, hold on. Hang on, I'm gonna knock all over. I have about 20 mermaid tails up here on my shelf, and I had to reach all the way in the back to get it. I don't have any teal ombre. The ombre looking color that we had before was discontinued, so I've had a few other ones that I've been trying, but we're working on the mega bundles right now for steampunk. I also, y'all, I'm working on another. I said I had 4 steampunk ideas. You're talking about something like this. The teal ombre. See, all of mine look terrible because mine are the prototypes or the broken ones, so I keep them. If you can look closely, see there's a big line right there, and I would never sell it like this except as a hiccup at discounted prices, because people like that, and if they can't afford, you know, to buy the whole set, I sell them discounted like this. But this one's mine because I need this for reference. I do have them up here for references, or at least that's what I tell my husband. So, but yes, we are working on the steampunk mega bundles right now. It's not in this color. This one's mine. I took over one of the printers, and my hubby had to make a file that says Jennifer stole it. I didn't steal my own product. I'm making my product so I can have it here on my desk with my other ones, because there's a lot of handles that I didn't have in rose gold because everything is pink on mine. So I went the other day. I didn't even have a flower pot. So I made me a flower pot. I made me these handles. I made me this. And he's like, are you done? Oh, I didn't even have a unicorn horn. And I have a mega bundle planned for this one too. And I'm super excited about it. And the perfect color. So that's what I've been doing in my spare time. Is making my stuff. The reason why I made this stuff was for me, and I always get put last and then get accused of stealing it from my husband. So yeah, I'm working on it. I'm working. But I do have another steampunk candle planned, and it is going to be steampunk and mermaid tail combined. So I'm excited about that one. A steampunk mermaid tail. Just trust the process. I promise it will be amazing. What I am using today is one paper that I used a lot of last year and couldn't stand the look of it for months and months and months. And this is the first time since last year around this time that I've used it again, because this is the perfect paper. This is right up her alley. So I was like, oh, let me break it back out, which is lilac flowers, very common paper. And I do have some in my Etsy shop. Comes with these lovely cards. Oh, I think I got PTSD from this paper because this is just bringing it all back. All back. All of this. I used to cut these all out and distress them and sell them in my Etsy shop in a bundle for people. I don't do that anymore, so please don't ask me, because my husband used to cut it out, actually. I made him start cutting it out. So, I think this is what I am going to use for the paper. I'm about to knock over stuff, but it's lilac flowers. So, let's get started. Everybody ready? Yes. I know, this is a sacrifice to have to use this paper again, as far as I'm concerned. No, I'm kidding. I love all Stamperia paper. And then I do miss it. I do like Provence, though, better. It's a more of a deeper purple, and I like it. So let me put this to the side, and we'll pick some paper out. Let me find somewhere to put this. Slowly running out of room again. I swear my room looks like an episode of Hoarders. And then I gotta clean it up. So, I'm gonna measure these out. This is just chipboard. Also, I'm gonna apologize ahead of time if you hear me clear my throat, clear my nose. It's because I am on an ointment for my nose. I have an issue going on up there, and I apologize ahead of time. Trust me, I know it probably sounds gross. So, sorry. Books. Are you talking about these? Oh my gosh, I have so many of these stored. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 over on that way. My desk is in an L shape. And I have 4 over here. I have 4 right here. 4 right here. I don't even know how many I have on my other desk over there. I went and kind of raided my house. Because I had them all over the house for decoration. That I bought from Hobby Lobby like years and years ago. And so I was like, ooh, now I found a use for them. And so now I store stuff in it. So, yeah. Oh, I'm excited. What'd you get? I filled like, in the past couple days, I filled like over 100 orders. That's why I haven't been on much. And then I decided to do some journaling. Because that's, usually if you see a journal spread that I do on there, that's because I needed a break because I've been busy. So, oh no, what are you guys saying? Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Ah, yes. Okay, I remember your order. Yes, it's like that's exactly. I needed it. It was like reset. That's exactly what I'm doing. This chipboard is it's considered 55-point chipboard, but if you try to find that on Amazon, you won't find it on there. It's 0.057 chipboard, and I like it because when I use my permanent tape runners on it, it doesn't pull the stuff up, you know, so, and that's why I like it. If I use the 50-point chipboard, it will pull this up. I don't know why, but it's a good thickness. It's just like, you know, a little bit, I want to say probably like a couple centimeters thick, millimeters thick. Millimeters, yeah, millimeters. I don't do the metric system, sorry. I don't. And what I do is, this is going to be front and back cover, and this is 6 inches, and this is 8.5. So this whole sheet is 11 by 8.5. And what I do is I mark it at 6 inches, and then I take the rest of it here, and I think I'm going to do a 2.5 inch spine for this one. I do all sorts of widths and spines. I also have a template in my for a spine, you know, for the spine holes, and they go from, it's in a bundle, so you can have multiple options, and it's 2.5, 3, 3.5, and 4. And so that way, if you want to, you know, I know some people need the template. Me personally, I find it easier to measure it, but that's, I understand that people need that. So yeah, so this is 2.5 by 8.5. This will be 6 by 8.5. See if I can see this. I usually am not up here at this time during the day, so there's a lot of light coming in here. I feel like I need sunglasses on, even though it's not sunny out. I'm kind of glad it's not sunny out now. And this is also 2.5, so I'm going to put this to the side because I can use it for another book. Well, you don't waste any of your chipboard because it ain't cheap. I usually buy it in a pack of 100 because I use a lot of it. Buying in bulk. If you're going to use it, buy it in bulk. It's always my recommendation. Right, and then I'm going to do the other one here. Oh yeah, you like that? And it's rose gold too. This is what came in the box that I redid. Somebody was asking me what's in the box. This box that I did right here. It came in this fancy pink box, and I redid it in there. That's what came in there. I keep all boxes because I don't know what I'm... Actually, I do know what I'm going to put in here. It's going to be made out of junk. Oh, yeah, you can get them on Amazon. They come in... I wanted the one that had the hearts on it because it matched all my stuff, but they didn't have it. I think that may be the brand. I think. I don't know, but it's a good, strong one. And then it's got these little handy buttons here that you can press to get the blades out, which I like because I get freaked out. I'm going to cut myself and everything. But yeah, I keep all kinds of boxes. I love boxes. Boxes in glass jars that's my thing. I love like the Wii yogurt, like OUI Wii yogurt, Yoplait yogurt, and I keep the jars, and then you can buy lids for them on Amazon, and I use them for storage, like this. This is one reason too I do not use Mod Podge on my journal covers, because even if Mod Podge dries, it still is tacky. Even the matte, the gloss, anything. Do not like to seal it up. I find it unnecessary. Just don't need it. And it's more work. And then sometimes you see brush marks, and I don't like that. So that's just my own personal preference. Don't give yourself more work than needs be. But yeah. There's the next one. Alright, so we got our covers. This will be our spine right here. Now, we gotta get paper. Oh gosh, I have jars all over my house. And my husband, the Prego jars, you know, like the sauce, I used to use that all the time. Even though it doesn't taste good coming straight out of there, I always added stuff to it. So I used it for like a base for my sauces. And it was, yeah, they're all over my house. All over. I'm going to use this one, I think, for the back cover right here. Let me get all the tags and stuff out of the way. I use 2 pads of paper because they always have these sheets in here with envelopes and tags and all that good stuff. And let me use that one for an inside cover. And it takes 9 sheets. I'm going to use this one for the cover. That's what it was. It's 9 sheets in the inside for the signatures. I'm going to use that. And then I use the rest of it for inserts. I'll probably just give her the papers, though. And that way she can have fun doing all of her own decorating. I'll probably have my husband cut it out for me because she's... that way she doesn't have so much work to do. I like that one too. But I think that one kind of goes with it. Oh no. This is where I always get into a dilemma. I kind of like this one for a cover too. Lord, that's pretty. I ain't got a clue what it says. It looks like... Oh, wait a minute. I do know what it says. It says something at Sunday evening. I saw English. I thought it was French first. So, yeah. I don't know. I'll let you guys pick. Which one should be the cover? Here. It's a paper pad set. This one right here. It's Stamperia. I sell the Stamperia products in my Etsy shop. Oh, no. You did not just say fruit at the... Are you talking about the fruit at the bottom of yogurt? Oh my gosh. Oh, it gets me the willies all over the place. I have like weird food things. Oh, I can't do yogurt with food. Like fruit in it. It has to be plain vanilla. That's it. Plain vanilla. That's all I want to see. It gives me the heebie-jeebies. It's like I have weird food hang-ups. Like I can't eat meat that has the bone in it. If it's off of the bone, I can eat it, but I cannot eat like a chicken wing or something. No. I can't do it. It gives me the willies for some reason. And I love meat. It's not that I'm like a vegetarian or anything. I like my meat, you know. But I was like, yeah, I think we should do that one. I'm going to kind of go with that one too. And you don't. And I never eat the last bite of food. Don't ask me why. I don't know. I usually end up giving it to my husband, but I have weirdness. It's just weirdness I have. I don't know why. I've done it like all my life. I'm like the girl on Signs too. You guys have ever seen that movie Signs? You know how she never finished the glass of water, but hers was a reason for it? Well, I never finish a bottle of water either. And they're always at the same level. I have no idea why. It's some kind of weirdness I've done like my whole life. and my husband's used to it now, but he doesn't stop him from commenting on it constantly. But yes, I have so many weird hang-ups. So, alright. So what I want to do is I want to leave about an inch around. Let me look at this. Yeah, that would be fine. an inch around the whole thing. So I'm gonna put it this way. So, oh my gosh, the lady's coming unhinged here on the piano. So that way it can fold over, and let's see where we're at. Right about there should be good. I don't measure anything, but I just kind of eyeball it, so sorry if you guys are the measuring kind. I am not. I like to find workarounds so I don't have to measure stuff, because I do not like that. Oh, I didn't realize that was all the way over. I got this new cutter and I'm not used to it yet, as you noticed, and that will work. It's not a bad cutter. I don't mind it. All right, where are we cutting here? Where does it actually? Oh, it cuts right there. Well, duh. Hang on one second. Let me see where we're at. I see where it cuts now. I've only used it like one other time. It's a nice cutter though. Yes. I actually sell We Are Memory Keeper stuff now and stuff. I don't have this in my Etsy shop because everybody bought them up. But it's nice because it's a scoreboard. And it has this little handy thing here, which I usually don't use them. I always use my bone fold. I don't know why. But it's got this, and you can fold it in half for storage. And I think you can actually fold it in half to make it a smaller cutter. And, oh, it has this other thing here. You turn this over like this, and you leave the thing up. And so that way you can put it all the way up against there, and then you can score your lines. It has like a little lip here to help. It's not bad, and they sell the blade replacement ones, but yes, I usually have them. So if you want me to get some more for my Etsy shop, I will. I don't sell them as expensive as Amazon. They kind of jack the price up on that stuff too much. So, but yeah, you can fold it up like this and use it, and then you just flip it over. It's like a trim and scoreboard. And then that's it. It works. I think it works pretty good. You know, I've needed like a 12 by 12 scoreboard for I don't know how long now. I had one of the little itty bitty rinky dink things, and I was like, oh my gosh, I always had to use one. But yeah, I definitely will. I think I may be getting some more in, hopefully soon. I know they're kind of backed up at the moment. But, yeah, I definitely will. I'll write you a message when I'm going to get it in and stuff. They do go, I had like 4 or 5 of them in there, and they all went really quick. So, yeah. And I like using these on my covers, not liquid glue, because I don't like, liquid glue is very, very difficult to work with. And to get, you know, you'd have to take like a bone fold and it right out. If you want to use liquid glue, that's what I recommend. I sell this paper in my Etsy shop. It is called Lilac Flowers. Lilac, however, I say Lilac Flowers because it's probably a regional thing, but it's Lilac Flowers. So, but this adheres really, really well, and when it's all together, it's good. It's good. My daughter's been has been wanting to watch Jim Carrey movies here lately, so if I reference it, sorry. We watched Dumb and Dumber yesterday, and she finally figured out where I got that "I like it a lot" thing from, because I say that all the time. And my husband hates movies like that. He hates Napoleon Dynamite. He hates Dumb and Dumber. Anything with Will Ferrell in it, he hates. And I'm just like, go away. We don't need that kind of negativity here. Yeah, I like it a lot. I say that all the time, and it drives them crazy. They didn't understand until yesterday why I said it all the time. Where it came from. So, I also, whenever I've done something awesome or like figured out something, and I go to my husband and I'm like, yes, I got it. And I was like, I have exorcised the demons. I say that all the time. I caught him saying that though the other day. So I rub off on him a lot. He won't admit it, but I do. It's kind of hard to live with me and not. So yeah, they're funny. Alright. This is where I use the liquid glue, and I use Crafter's Pick Ultimate. Hang on, all my glues are stuck behind here. And I like Crafter's Pick because I can actually keep it in my holder. I just filled up my bottle before I went live, and you guys know who use when you use beacons, you know, if you fill it up too much, it gurgles. This usually does not gurgle at all, and look, it's starting to, and I'm like, oh no, don't you start that mouthiness. I think because being next to the beacons, it's getting some bad ideas. But I like to use this when making my books. I feel like it works really well. It's cheap, and I don't like PVA glue because I don't know, I've used it. I thought my daughter was going to my daughter used to make books, and she was like, where'd you get this from? Because this is awful. And so I bought Crafter's Pick from Hobby Lobby because it was like $5.99 or 49 cents. And it's worked fantastic. And it does everything. It does metal, it does fabric, it does paper, it does it all. And it's got a good, doesn't come on stick, which I like. But like I said, I would never use it on the cover though, because I don't like using liquid glue on there. I like using the permanent tape rollers. And don't use, I know I'm being crass, but don't use cheap tape rollers. This brand right here, the AdTech Crafter's Tape, is permanent, and it works really well. And if you make a lot of books like I do, I bought it in a huge bulk. The Crafter's Pick I usually get it from Hobby Lobby because it's like $8.99 on Amazon minimum. So you can get it at Hobby Lobby for this. So I usually go to Hobby Lobby and get a couple of bottles. Plus beacons is uber expensive. I don't have a contract to sell it in there. But I do know a good company to get it from, because the tape, what I did, and let me tell you, I've used a lot. You saw how much I used this whole cover. I bought some last year, almost exactly in June, because it was on Amazon Prime Day. And I think Amazon Prime Days are going on right now. And I bought it in bulk, and I paid like $89 for refills because I had a bunch of these already. And I bought all the refills in bulk, and I think it was 24 packs of, let me see, I have a boxer, 24 packs of 8 in there for like $86, $89 maybe, and I still have them. So I still have like, I think 6 boxes left. So I'll be able to maybe use it almost to the end of the year. Depends on how busy I get. So there will be, I think, the cover. And so they last a long time, and they don't go bad or anything like that. So don't worry about any of that. Alright, what was I going to use for the back cover? Should I use... No, that won't match. This one. use this. I also use maybe this. So yeah, I like it. It's works great. Let me see where I got going on here. I want to see how much room I got to work with. Also, if you guys like use a design or something, or you want something like, let's say this was all the way to the corner right here. The other thing you could do is you could fussy cut this out, right? Then you could, you know, use a plain side or something like that, and then glue this onto the cover. No, this has no odor at all. The Beacons does. The Beacons, I swear, I lose like brain cells every single time I use it. It's not, the Beacons is kind of a different chemical makeup. That's why I don't recommend using it or leaving a lid off of it or anything like that, because if you do, once it gets tacky, that's it. It's like pretty much done. It won't work right. And that's one reason why I always use caps with my glue bottles. But this, I could leave a cap off of it, and nothing happens to it. It may be a little bit goobered up, like stuffed up, and then once you get that out, it comes out. But if I remember to put my cap back on, it comes out ready and willing to work, if that helps. So, hello. I had to make this book today, so I just decided to do it on live because it's relaxing. My bug is taking a nap right now. I bought her the cutest, I found her the cutest shirt because when she was young, I found she would not stay out of the garbage. And when she started crawling around, and it had been 10 years since we had babies in the house, so, you know, we had baby-proof everything again. And, I bought her a onesie that said Trash Panda on it, and it was the cutest thing. And I went the other day to go find her little toddler t-shirt because she was getting in the garbage again. And I couldn't find one, but I found one that has 3 animals on it. And it says, it has a snake, and then underneath it says, it's talking about the animal kingdom, and it says Danger Noodle. And then it has a raccoon, and it says Trash Panda on it. And then it had something else. Oh gosh, I don't remember what it was. But when she gets up from her nap, I'll take a video of it, and I'll post it on here because it's a hilarious t-shirt. But yeah, I have a cute video of her somewhere with that Trash Panda onesie on, and she's playing peekaboo. And she's just as cute as a little button. I'd give anything for her to be that tiny for one day. Again, that stage where they start crawling around, not really walking yet stage, that's like one of my, and they do all kinds of fun stuff. That's the cute stage. Right now, we thought we had her potty trained, and now she's regressing again. And she's doing it on purpose. And I said, what's your deal? But a lot of my kids had before. All of my kids potty trained at different ages. So weird. You know. Hello. I think my daughter Ella was the easiest. She was potty trained at 15 months old. And I was like, that is amazing. And then we had Lily, and she was potty trained at like 2.5. And I said, what? Kaylin was almost 3. She was so stubborn. She would go by the bathroom door and squat. And I'm like, you know, if you just took 2 steps that way, you know, and sat on that bowl right there, it'd be a lot easier. But no. And speaking of oldest daughters, my daughter, my oldest daughter, she's 17. She graduated high school last year, and she's going into her 3rd semester in college. And so this summer, she's working. She's working for the first time out in the public, and every day she comes home, what is with y'all boomers? And I was like, I ain't a boomer, honey. And she's like, well, I don't know what it is. Is that Poopaw's generation? Gosh, what's wrong with them? They're so mean. And I'm like, I don't know. Maybe all them drugs they did in the 70s. Who knows? You know, I don't know. But it's funny hearing her complain, like, coming home. I was like, welcome to the real world. I was like, you didn't get mouthy with them or nothing. She was like, no, I don't do that. I just, come home and tell you guys about it. So, I love it. My daughter Ella is turning 15 next month, and I'm like, oh my gosh. And this one is the one who wants to drive, wants to get a job, wants to do everything. Kaylin did not. My oldest one, she was like, nope, I don't want to drive. Y'all can drive me everywhere. And I was the same way. Good morning. Is it morning time? Where are you at? Are you on the West Coast? Oops. Probably could make these books now in my sleep. Oh my gosh. Okay, so there's the covers. Now we're going to do the spine. Let's see. Oh my gosh, I'm dropping stuff. Now, for the spine, it can be a little bit different. I make my books just a little bit different than some people. Let me see what we got here. Yeah. And then she asked me yesterday. She was like, so what is your generation? And I was like, I think I'm considered Gen X or Gen Z. I don't know. And she was like, that sounds dumb. And I was like, you don't want to know what your generation's called. And I told her, I was like, imagine when Ruby grows up. She'll be the quarantines for the COVIDians. Because she was born in 2020. So, I'm kind of happy with this trimmer. I don't mind this one at all. I think this is the most I've used it, though. Because I have been so busy, I haven't been able to. I like crafting the best. Crafting the best is awesome. Oh, yeah, I'm going to do that. Yes, this is considered 55-point chipboard. I recommend this over 50-point because if you use something like these tape runners or glue, they're considered glue runners. But if you use these on here, it will peel the chipboard up. And if you want to find it, I do have it saved in my journal supplies list on Amazon. It's not 55-point if you try to look it up. It is 0.057 chipboard. I went through and I tried to find a recommended, somebody else recommended this chipboard to me. And when I went to go look it up, I couldn't find it. My husband couldn't find it, and then he did some research, and he was like, it's not 55-point. It's called 0.057. So, but I found it, and I ordered you some. And you can order it, and it's 11 by 8.5, like a sheet of paper. So, hope that helps. And I don't really measure out the paper too much, but you want to have at least 2 to 3 inches extra on the sides here, and you'll see why here in a second. But I don't want to hold it this way. Nope, I didn't. Because I make my books a little bit different because I like my books to lay flat. And I like them chunky. But when I'm making a book that is not going to have stuff in it, it will not look chunky. The only time they look chunky is when they have a ton of stuff in them. So if your book looks that way before you add anything to it, it's going to be really hard to function. But I don't know anybody who does that until they add tons of inserts and stuff like that. And this is going to be a writing journal. I don't know if I mentioned that earlier. That's why I have the lined paper sitting over here. And I know I'm a little unorthodox when it comes to doing stuff. I have a tool where you can use it to cut those, but I'm like, my husband's like, why don't you use that? And I'm like, I don't find it necessary because it's all going to be covered up anyway by, like, you know, liners and stuff. So don't give yourself more work to do. You know, you can make amazing books without having to do a whole bunch of extra work. I also made my pages 11 by 8.5, which is like a standard size page for a reason, so I don't have to trim anything down. No, it's I made a digital so that way when I fold it in half, I can oh, why am I putting, hold on, sorry, I'm getting distracted. Let me wipe this out real quick. This glue does not go here. Sorry. I was talking. My bad. It's 0.057 chipboard, 11 by 8.5. I have it, if you go to my journal supply list, it'll take you to my Amazon list where I organized everything. And I believe I put it under bookmaking supplies. So that way, one, I can go find it. And then a lot of people ask me where I get this or where I get that. And then I tell them, okay, if you go there, I put it there so that way I don't have to remember where I got it from. But, I don't remember what it was saying now. Let me see. Oh, the lined paper. Yeah, I made a digital in my Etsy shop, so you can print it on any kind of paper you want because it's a transparent background. And I usually print it on the brown craft paper, again, that's on Amazon, because I like the look of it. And I made this digital that's in my Etsy shop, so that way all you have to do is fold it in half, and that's it. Because no trimming. I don't trim my papers at all. I like it. I like it a lot. What did I do with this? Oh, here we go. Alright, so this one I'm going to make the back cover, and this one I'm going to make the front cover. But I've made, my daughter taught me how to make books, and what I did was I changed things, because I actually also have taken apart books to see, like old books, to see how they are put together, which helps a lot. And using that, I don't know if it's because I'm from a family of engineers or what, but I've developed my own method for making books. So if you see people make books like this, they probably got it from me. Because this is a very good method, especially if you want the book to lay flat. And after I get done, you know, giving it a whole makeover and stuff, and adding stuff to it, it ain't coming apart. I dropped one of my books one time. I had it in my arms. I was going downstairs to go show my husband. I dropped it down the flight of stairs, and it didn't even have a scratch on it. I couldn't even believe it. I thought, oh my God, it's ruined. It's ruined. And I was like, I just spent hours and hours. And I yelled. I was like, no! Very dramatically. And my husband came running. And he picked it up and he was like, I don't know, but it looks fine to me. You know, and I looked at it and there was nothing on there. Probably. Was like, no, that doesn't go there. What? They probably got it from, oh yeah, they probably did. And that's okay. That's why I made tutorials and stuff like that. But, and I always have a lot of great supporters who, if they go on live or anything like that, they always plug me. Because usually my ears will be burning. Like, I'm like, let me go on TikTok. And then I pull it up and somebody's on live. And they're like, I got it from the Hangry Mama. And I'm like, see, I'm a little bit clairvoyant that way too. Kind of freaks people out. So, and then one thing, see, using a bone fold like this, you can ensure, if you need to use liquid glue on your covers, which no, I do not recommend whatsoever, because it is really, really, really hard to not get it to wrinkle. But I found that I made this bone fold, and that way, when I go to do anything with liquid glue or anything like that, I use the bone fold and just go like this, scrape them out. It helps a lot. And no, the paper does not crack because I make it like this. So there's nowhere for it to crack. So now what I'm going to do, this is going to be the cover right here. Before I put the inside liner on, I do have, oh, I don't know if that's going to match too much. I have this ivory color, but it may. I'm going to put, this is book repair tape. And mine was undercover. What do you mean undercover? What's that mean? Hold on. Let me go back. Glue. I use 2 different types of glue. But when I'm constructing the books, this glue right here is Crafter's Pick Ultimate. When I put on the liners and stuff like that, like on the inside and here, I'll use the Beacons 3-in-1. But Crafter's Pick is the only glue that I found that works everything, and it's cheap. And it does metals, plastics, glass, everything. It dries clear. It works so much better. I'm a distributor for Stamperia, so I have a license to sell all their stuff. And I work directly with them. I'm also an artist for Stamperia too, so I do a lot of collaborations with them and stuff like that. So they don't give me the stuff. Well, some stuff they do. But like the stuff I sell in my Etsy shop, that is, it's because I work for them. I'm a distributor and I'm licensed to do that. So, let me put this to the side. I need to cut some of this. Alright, let me get this big kahuna over here. But yeah, that's how you're allowed to sell like craft supplies and stuff on Etsy. I'm also a distributor for American Crafts too, which is We Are Memory Keepers and all those major brands, Heidi Swap, the Sugar Bell icing bottles, food stuff, all that kind of stuff. So basically I like to carry the supplies that I use in my bookmaking in my Etsy shop, so that way it's like a one-stop shop, if that makes sense. I can order those. I usually only order those if I have requests for them. I have access to everything. All of the cinch machines, the big ones, small ones, there's huge ones. Let me see what I got going on here. Hang on, I'm not paying attention. Let me turn this around. All right, I need to cut this a little less than 8.5. I put the glue in the wrong place. I mean, I put the glue in the wrong place. Alright, so let's see. I'm going to, let me put this over here so it's out of my way. Don't roll off the table. Okay, let's see what we got. So you want to make this, the book cover is 8.5 this way. You don't want to make it exactly 8.5 because you don't want to see it. Putting your, the spine together. What are you talking about? Like on this? You're talking about from the beginning when, before I put it to the cover, I was putting glue right here. Yeah, I don't do that usually. But that's okay because this is going to be covered over partly with this anyway. Yeah, you don't put glue here. I put it on the other side so it sticks to this cover. So, yeah, it was because I was talking. Yeah, so that's how it goes. And the reason why I do this, because I like it to lay flat. So, even when I put the signatures in here, it will lay like this. Because this part has nothing to do with the signatures. It's always, that's one reason why I don't, the only time I ever use like one full piece of paper or fabric, I only use really one full piece of paper when I'm doing fabric. Or paper, oh my god, it's Saturday, hold on. I only use one full piece here on the cover when I am using fabric. That's the only time, and even then I don't like it. I'd rather do it in 2 pieces. And when this live is done, I will have it on my YouTube channel. I have all of my lives on my YouTube channel. I repost the replays, and I also have making a book series on there. So that way, I go through and explain the methods, and it's broken up too. So it's not like this where I'm all like scatterbrained and stopping and answering questions. And if you have any questions on there, you just ask me. But I have some different methods for doing things. I don't like my signatures to move. I have a method to making them stay straight. I'm going to put this down here so I can find it. And everything. This is why it always takes me so long on live. Right there. 4 girls stole my heart. My link is also in my link tree in my bio. All of my links are to my Etsy shop, to my Zazzle store, to my YouTube channel, to Pinterest, to everything. All that good stuff. But I do recommend this book repair tape. I do have it saved in my journal supplies list because I probably don't have to use this here, but I feel better using it just in case. I want my books to last through the apocalypse, so I want to make sure that they're going to be nice and neat. Also, whenever you use paper, if you use it all in one piece, they do have a tendency to crack. That's kind of why I like to break it up also. Plus, you get to use different things for the front and back and kind of theme it differently. The first time I made any book this method, for those of you guys who followed me for a while, was on the Coraline book. The one where I drew and painted the Coraline face on the front of the book. That book was a chunky monkey right there. So this helps right here. See, it doesn't hinder it from closing. And what I'm going to do is, yes, this is a form, yeah. Well, I make journal books out of this, out of these, and writing journals. I make crazy books, like where they're, I don't know if I got any. Oh, I got one up here. I try to make very unique books. So when I bind it here, it will go through the spine, but you won't see them on the inside because I like to do hidden pages so you cannot see them here. That's where the actual threads come in the middle for that signature. So I make all sorts of books like this, and I'm actually working on another one that is out of the same paper collection, the Welcome Home Pack, and I'm slowly getting that one. I have so many books over here on my other desk, but I don't mind showing you guys. That's what I'm here for, is to entertain and educate and throw that flipping rule book away. Oh, y'all have no idea how hot I was. I wasn't mad about what she said. I was more mad that she sat there and decided to make another video and call poor Sherry obscenities because of her having an opinion. So this is my 2.0 house version book right here. So this removes. Oh, my mail lady's here. Oh, I'm sure she's going to be thrilled with all the packages. So it opens like this. And as you can see, here, let me lift it up here. See, they lay perfectly flat like this. So it's still a functional book. And that's one reason why I developed this method of making books, because I like function, but I also like pretty. So that's kind of how I do it. And a lot of, if you guys have been on follow me for a while, like a few months ago, I made a lot of these inserts, and this was the book I was making them for. The little armoire, and then I made the washer dryer, which I'm going to be making stuff extra to go with these. And I do draw and design all these digitals and everything. And, you know, so this is how the book, the binding method is all the same for my books. My pages and everything, minus that other house book, this will be what it kind of looks like in the inside, except it's going to be different paper. And this one's also, I believe, a 4-inch spine. So I made it thicker for a reason, because I was going to be adding a lot of inserts in here. So that's kind of like my thing, is I like doing unusual books, or taking something and making, and see, it's a huge spine, and making books functional, but yet pretty, I guess. So all of this, yes, I did make all of this. It takes a little bit of math skills, but it's not, what paper do you prefer to print? Well, okay, so the way I made the digitals is they're transparent. So if you want to take Stamperia paper and put it in your printer, like an 11 by 8.5 sheet of that, or even smaller, you can do the 8 by 8, whatever you're printing out, you can print directly on them. And that's what I did for this last digital. I just printed it on the paper directly. But you can also see it's actually printed on there. I just put the sheet in there and I printed it, and then I just cut it out. So that makes it a little bit easier. However, if you have a lot of graphics, like if it's a background like this, I would recommend doing it that way. If you have something specific, like say you wanted this tree or something in there, what I would do is I would have printed out on like plain cardstock and trace it, so that way you could get that image on whatever digital that you want that on. Does that make sense? See, because if you wanted this right here, this clock or something, it's off center because it was on the other side of the printer or paper. So that's kind of like how I do it, is sometimes I'll print it on here. Sometimes I may actually print out the template and then just trace it on there. So it's a few options of things that you can do with them. And that's one reason why I make my digitals transparent, so you can print them on any kind of paper that you want, or you could trace it on there. And then you can keep it in a folder, and then you have it always. I will say though, if you buy any of the digitals off of my Etsy shop or anybody's Etsy shop, make sure you do it with an actual Etsy account. Like, do not do it as guest, because it's hard for them to access. Your digitals won't be in your account. So you want to make sure that they are in your account and they stay there forever, so you can access them anytime you want to. Because if you're like me, you'll lose an email with them in there. So I make unusual books. I kind of evolved from bookmaking to weirdness. But I try to make pretty weirdness. So, I was going to, I think I'm going to use this anyway. Now, this is the point where if you're doing any kind of books, you can leave it like this. You can also take and you can punch holes in here for like with the crocodile, and put an eyelet in here, and then you could put a chain hooked to both sides like this for a closure, like one that has maybe a hook clasp or something like that. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Like one of these little hook clasps, put a hole right here, and then you can do that. I like to do the ribbon closure, and that will go across the middle, and that way they can tie, and then if they're this big, by the time somebody's done filling them, it can still close. So, oh yeah, I always think. I have actually made a coffin book. I made one last Halloween. I kind of went nuts during Halloween time, because that's one of my, I do scary, creepy very well, so that just comes easy to me. And hold on, I'm putting these little handles back up here so they don't fall over. And I've done all kinds of creepy stuff. So yes, you pretty much name it, I have done it. I have made a wearable watch book. I've made a haunted house book. If you go to, in my playlist up under my TikTok, it will say like my favorite books, and I think if you scroll to the right, you may find those on there also. I know it's hard to muddle through all of that. So this spine here is 2.5 inches wide. With my books, now this next part I also made into a template, because a lot of people like to have those and be able to just punch the holes. I always measure mine out. That's just me. And this template is in a bundle also on my Etsy shop. It's 2.5 inches wide this way. All the holes this way are always going to be the same. I like to put that space right here in the middle of my spine in case I want to put some filigree or some kind of little embellishment or anything like that. Sometimes I make suitcase books and there will be a handle there. So, or like I usually do like something like this. I can hook those into the eyelets also. So I like to, on these bigger books, I like to keep this space kind of open, so whatever I want to embellish in there or anything, I can. And then that way, you know, keeps it open. That's what I like to do. So let me stick this one back in here. So what I'm going to do here for 2.5, let's see, I'm going to do, I believe, the middle will be like, let's see, 1.25. I always measure the middle first, so it's going to be 1.25 here. And 1.25 here. I usually use pen on this so you guys can actually see it, but I know where my pen is. And then this is going to be 3 signatures. And I want to do, let's see, I'm going to do probably, let's see, half. This one is going to be, let's see, half, and then it's 1.5. What's half of 1.5? I can't think right now. 0.75? That sounds about, yeah, 0.75. But that can't be right. That's going to be right here. I can tell by looking at it. So it's going to be, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 eighths. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 eighths. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Okay, 5 eighths. 5 eighths on both sides. You guys have to give me a minute. It's Saturday. And then we're going to mark 5 eighths here. And then we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 eighths there. And don't worry about writing all over your thing. It's just going to have a liner over it. See, now if anybody asks me this when I'm not sitting here doing this kind of stuff, this is when I can't think. Like I have to be in the moment. My kids will come up to me when I'm doing school with them. And they'll be like, what is this? What's that? And I'm like, I have no idea. You know? Ah, hey, Rebecca. Now, here's where, hang on, I gotta sharpen my pencil. I broke the thing. I broke it. And that's good. Alright, so this way is the way that all the holes will be exactly the same on anything, unless it's skinnier spine. But I know that we have, let's see, we're going to have here, it's going to be, I believe, 1.25, 2.5, 6, I think that's right, hold on, I know it's, no, it's not 1.25, it's 0.75, 3/4, let's see, there we go, 3/4, then it's going to be 3/4, 2.5, 6, and 7 3/4. And you'll see what I'm going to do here in just a second. And those of you guys that know the template that I'm talking about, it will look like this when I'm done. You'll see what the template that I made for it makes it a little bit easier. I don't know why I don't use it. My husband, I made him make me one because I was too busy. And then, but it was for somebody else. So I was like, thank you. I usually do all my own digitals, but oh gosh, I've been crazy busy here lately. Let's go this way. I do like using the pen better because at least I know the point is consistent. Okay, so what we're gonna do is I usually put little circles right here so that way when I have my crocodile, I can line it up easier instead of trying to get it smack in the middle of the cross section, because that's kind of a pain. I think I'm going to use silver eyelets. And then the fun part begins. The crocodile is a little bit of a finicky thing, but if you just practice with it with some paper, you'll get it. I promise. It's real easy. I don't know if anybody's writing me any kind of stuff right now. Let me make sure I don't have any glue or anything in there. Okay, so the silver eyelets that I am going to... Oh, wait a minute. No, I wasn't going to use silver. What was I going to use? I'm going to use something else. I want to see... Let me see if these little suckers will work. I got to see what I did with them. I have some purple ones. I may end up using those. No, I didn't put them in there. Alright, hang on a second. I got to figure out what I did with them. I think I may put them in here. No. I put them in one of my little containers in here, and then I always forget about them because I'm always compulsively like reorganizing stuff to make it functional. Not unless I put them in. No. Alright, hang on. Let me move this out of the way. It's like on a scavenger hunt now. That's itty bitties. Oh, I may have put them in here. Oh, wait a minute. I know where to put them. And I hit them too. There we go. I think I found them. Alright, those. Sorry, guys. I dropped my little wax furnace. I knew I was good. There we go. Okay. Hang on, I'm unburying them. I have too much stuff on my desk. Way too much stuff. Oh, my Etsy. I know, it's like my own little playground of stuff. Oh, you should see what it looks like in my house. That's even better. It's nice actually being able to go and like if I need something, go in there and I don't want to use those. Go find what I need and just, you know, 5-finger discount just in case I need something. I may end up using those. That makes it nice. Alright. go look at them. One more place. One more place. I hid these for myself, and I don't know what I did with them. Unless I put them in here. I may have put them in here. This is why my desk is always such a mess after a live. It's exactly because of this. I always end up like, oh, I want to do this instead. And then when I go to try to find the stuff, I'm like, hang on. I got it. We got this. Isn't that what always happens? That's the kind of spasticness that imagine what it's like for my husband. You know what I mean? He's got to put up with this kind of stuff. I'm making a book, or I'm trying to. I'm just looking for, I have these awesome eyelets that I want to use, and I know they're around here somewhere. I just had them, so I'm sitting here trying to find them. Because I have the other packs right here, so I know the other packs are not far away. Oh, you know what? Maybe. Because this is what happens when you have ADD, and then you get distracted, and you're like, I must use these, because that's how it's going to go. Oh, wait. I found these other things I was looking for, though, which is good. I'll forget they're there, though. Oh, somebody was asking about creepy stuff. Yeah, I have a whole little charm drawer over here filled with weird, creepy, Halloween-y type stuff. I can't wait to be able to use them again. That'll be nice. So, yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm attempting at making a book. Not very well, apparently. I bet you. Hold on. Did I do? But yes, I agree. You should see my daughter. My daughter will come in here and spaz out right now. She's kind of a neat freak, but I'm kind of like chaos neat. I don't know how else to explain it. So, let me move this. I'm going to use the silver. I'll find them. I'll find them when I'm all done with the book. Watch. Let's see what we got here. No. I got my bobbins and thing. I got this on sale, on clearance at Hobby Lobby. It was $4. Marked down from $16.99. And I have my stuff in it. My husband actually found it. He's actually quite supportive of this little hobby now. He wasn't at first, and then he realized that it's going to happen with or without his blessing. So I guess he kind of, went into submission. I don't know. And he is always finding me boxes and all kinds of stuff. What's in here? For all these. But that's okay. We'll use these. I swore they were in here, though. Unless I just didn't see them. No. But we'll use silver. Silver works. If I get really quiet, that's probably because I'm sitting there thinking about where they're at. So don't mind me. Let me move these out of the way. Alright, I'm going to move these over here so I can get them out of the way. And then, I know they're right here in front of my face, too. I know it. I knew it. Alright, so I'm going to put that, let me put this. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to punch out the holes. Move this over here so I don't knock it over. For it's going to be 3/16 size holes for this book. There's going to be a little bit of wiggling, so sorry about that. And if you use the grommets that are 5mm or 6mm big, the 3/16 hole, you have to widen it with maybe like a paint. I recommend a paintbrush because paintbrushes usually have like a kind of an hourglass shape to them, and that can widen the hole a little bit. Remember, eyelets are the ones without washers. Grommets are with washers, and they are used for thicker material like fabric, leather, books, stuff like that. And the 3/16 1/8 size doesn't really matter with those. If you're trying to find the size of the grommet, 4mm, 5mm, 6mm, they use the 3/16 hole. The under 3mm or less usually uses the 1/8 hole. There we go. Alright. I use chipboard. Chipboard is my go-to, and it's considered 55-point chipboard. However, if you want to find that, it is 0.057 chipboard. Yeah, you guys know I'm looking for them, right? I told you I can't help it. So, what I usually do is I get like a paintbrush like this, and I'll turn it over this way because this way is always better. Oh, let me find a paintbrush that ain't flaking paint off of it. Let me get one of these. These are the Stamperia ones. Just go like this. Make the holes a little bit wider. Usually have to do this for a little bit bigger grommets. At least that's what I recommend. I don't use elastic string. I use embroidery thread or waxed thread. On this, though, I'm going to use embroidery thread. So, yeah. I saw something flicking around and it was my ring. I was like, what was that? Oh no, something come undone. This is a good way to pressure test your spine too. Hey, Lisa. How are ya? Ugh. It's my arm workout for the day is always when I use the crocodile. See, and then they go in, and you don't have to force it or anything. They'll set in there just fine. Better to do that than try to push them through, and then they, you know, it messes up whatever you're working on. Okay, so the crocodile I have set here. I never really changed the top of it. It's always on A, the one that looks like an appendage from a body part right here. That one always stays on A. And the bottom is going to be on number 1 for this because these are the big ones right here. So you just put your washer on the little part right there, that silver part. See it? It's in there. That's it. And I find that, whoop, gotta switch it over too. Don't want to make another hole. Just squeeze and then done. Yep. I'll show you here in a second. Let me get these other ones because I don't want them to fall out. But I do recommend using grommets, not eyelets, when you do these books. I've used both, but it's better to have the ones that have the washers, and grommets are the ones that have the washers. And see? And this is why, it's because it puts these little washers on here, and it makes it look better. We're not even going to see this, but it will hold it in better, and that's what we want. Because this is going to be covered over. So I'm going to do the other ones here. I like to stick them all in at once, usually, so I could just boom, boom, boom. And whenever you put your book in, just be careful you don't knock the washer off of the bottom piece here. And when your cubes on your crocodile get all wore out, whether it's the handheld or this one, the Big Bite, they are replaceable. They pop right out of there. Whoop. Or if you get one like from a thrift store or anything like that that's used, like on Facebook Marketplace or anything like that, you might want to replace the cubes, because you'll probably be like, oh my gosh, it's not working right. Well, that if it's wore out, that can happen. And that's usually why people get rid of them, because they don't realize that there's replace. Oh, do you guys hear Rubik's? She just woke up from her nap. Oh, she is mad too. I hear my hubbies over there. Which one was I on? It's on this one. This is a crocodile Big Bite. I had some in my Etsy shop, but they were on back order, and I should be getting some more in. Finally. I only have the handheld ones in there right now, which I have a workaround if you only have a handheld one. But I recommend this one. I usually only use this one for making my books or doing anything with chipboard or fabric or anything. Put eyelets in. So that's the way the cookie crumbles. So let me put this here. And so as you can see, they're in there. And that's what it looks like. So again, I leave the space open right here. The links to my shop is in my bio, in my profile. It's the Linktree link, and that will take you right to my Etsy shop. But I have the handheld ones in there. Where's the handheld? That look exactly like this, the rose gold one. You can use them you just have to do the holes on the spine before you attach the covers. It's a little bit of a workaround and everything. And so that's what that does. And then it's so straight, mine gets off a little from straight. Oh, you're talking about, well, that's one reason why I draw the lines on here myself, because I have the template, but I feel like, for me personally, I don't ever use a template for a lot of things. Most of the time I make a template after I've already created it, but that's just me. I'm weird. I kind of do it all. So I know how to draw. I can do the math and everything. I just made the template to make it easier for everybody else and everything. It will look off-center too if you use the binding tape on here. So always remember that. It may not actually be you. Woo! So let me get all this off my desk. There we go. But this is the way that will look when it's on there. And we'll put the I'm going to put the ribbon on first. Like I said, you can do different types of closures. You can leave it off. You can also put two grommets here and then hook a hook clasp right there so it hooks closed. There's all kinds of closures that you can do for all these. But this is I almost always forget to put this part on right here. So I always try to make it a little bit longer too, so I do not cut it too short ahead of time. So let me start from the middle here. I always start from the middle, work my way out so I know where the middle actually is. And then we're going to put the liners on there. Let me see. Let's lay that. Like I said, crafter's pick, you can use it for everything. Works great on fabric, metal, plastics, wood, everything and anything you can think of. I'm just going to flatten this a little bit because I hate it if it bunches up. Just like that. Alright, let me cut this other end off. I'm going to make it probably right about there. These are grommets. These are the washers, and then this is the other side of the grommet. Grommets are the ones that have washers with them. Eyelets do not have washers. I got this maybe from either Amazon or AliExpress. I'm not entirely sure. So I'm going to put this in here like this. Okay, and I do it just like the cover and the spine and the back. I have it in 3 separate pieces. The spine one will be like this. Not this big, but it will be pretty good size. And it's going to go under the 2 flaps. So that's an extra point of security where it will stay nice and neat in the book. The only tricky part is trying to make sure it doesn't bunch up from using the glue and the ribbon. That can be the tricky part. Here, let me move this out of the way. And I'm going to cut this. Alright, so... Alright, let me think for a second. Okay, I got it. Leave this part, though. I'm still trying to get used to this trimmer, so you have to bear with me for a second. Uh-oh, little oyster fell down. Let me put him over here. I'm always knocking everything over on my desk. Alright, so I'm going to cut this a little less than 8.5 because that is our height of our cover. And then I'm going to make it about, instead of 6, which is the width of the cover, we're going to make it about 5 and maybe 3/4, I think. I'm going to do this for one cover, and then this will be, let's see, 5 3/4 for the other. And then we're going to do the same thing with the spine. Let me find another thingy here. Find another sheet. I think I'm going to use this one right here for the spine. I usually do use the covers like this for the spines, or for the inside of the liners, because that side's not going to be shown. So, and this is going to be less than 8.5. And for the spine, I have a 2.5 inch spine. So what I usually do is I double that, and then because the spine is, if it's 2.5, like from, let's see, 1, 2, it would be like this. We got to have extra on both sides, and I like to have at least 2 inches on both sides. So we're gonna do, let's see. So 2.5, let's see, here's our 2.5 like there. I'll make it just a teeny bit bigger. Yeah, probably about 7.5 maybe. Hang on, I'm just estimating here. Yeah, that'll be okay. Why not? There we go. And this will also kind of hold in. Why am I echoing? I don't know, am I echoing? Sometimes that happens because of it may be me, I don't know. Am I echoing? Yep. No. Okay, I recommend then getting out of that TikTok and then going back in. It happens though. I've had it happen to me. Because especially if I have in my hearing aids, it will. And I do have them in. Alright, I'm going to do this part. This is, there we go. Do this part right here. And this is going to go in the middle of the spine. I just line it up where it looks like it's partially over. Most of this is going to also be covered up because I put spacers for my signatures also in there. I keep hearing like knocking, and I don't know if it's one of my kids trying to knock on the door, because they do this, and I'm like, you know, I'm not saying knock like you're the cops, but at least knock to where I can hear you. So this is going to go just like that. And this can be the tricky part here. Just gonna put, I left my glue out of the holder, didn't I? Yep. I thought so. Okay. This little edge right here. We're going to do this side here. Let me do this line again. Don't panic. I know. You're talking about the inside or the outside? No, I don't do fabric on the outside of the cover this way because it's bigger. You know. Oh yeah. Well, that's a plus. I know what that's like. I have my own little trash panda. It's a toddler. Her name's Ruby. And she trashes my house all the time. I never realized how, I forgot how having kids was until we decided to have another one 10 years after the third one. So, and I like having nice things around my house, and I have to put everything up. Then I don't like it. I'm like, why can't you just learn not to touch stuff? You know? Alright. And yes, I know I covered up the holes, but I'll show you my little trick for that here in just a second. Let me get this in and I'll show you. Okay, let me make sure. Oh, are you gonna be awesome today? Yes, I think you are. Sometimes I have a little bit of issues with this. Hold on, don't do that. Yeah, there we go. That's where you need to stay. There we go. Let me make sure we're all stuck. We're stuck on you. Wasn't that a country song? I don't listen to country, but I think that was a country song. Okay, let me just squish it down. guys are writing me any kind of messages or anything, I'll get to it after live. And also, this replay will be posted to my YouTube channel. I won't be on late today, so usually it's the next day because I usually do this. Is that a Lionel Richie song? No, it's not. Oh, Ruby? Well, she does kind of have a little bit of auburn hair. That's my husband's side of the family. That's that Abner disposition. That's what I always tell him. Because my grandpa used to say that about my grandmother. My grandmother's last name was Lerman. And he was like, that's that Lerman disposition. So I say it all the time to my husband now. I say, that's that Abner disposition. I was like, there ain't no redheaded people on my side. There is redheaded people on my side of the family. But I was like, there ain't that hot-headedness on my side of the family. We're mostly Mediterranean brunettes, you know. And there we go. Let me put some glue right here. Get you to stick. Oh, we pulled my thing closer. We don't want to pull it closer. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to take the crop dial and we're going to poke these holes out with the smaller size after that. So don't worry about the holes being covered up. You can also do this where you poke out, or you can put the, the liners over everything first. Then you can do your holes. I don't do it that way because I don't want to have to erase the pencil marks because they will be on the liner part. So I always do it first, then I just poke the holes afterwards. Good? Good. So that's what the cover looks like so far. We're good, we're good, we're good. Now this is what we're going to do. We're going to take these, oh, they're upside down. We're going to put these here for this liner. Oh, wait a minute, is that right? Yeah. I have such trouble with the script writing because I always end up putting it upside down and I'm like, don't do this to me. Or the signatures I end up putting upside down. Now this is Beacon's 3-in-1. I usually use it to paper contact like this. I don't know why. I don't know. I just do it. Maybe I just need to get that smell. I don't know. Okay. Still good. It's all good. It's what we like. We like it to be able to move. And then we're going to pick out the pages for the signatures. Put them in there. Put some spacers in between. Do a few things to the covers, and then that's it. That's all she wrote. Make a book pretty quick. Oop, let me move this over a little bit. See, this is pretty good. Here, let me do this side. Make sure that you want the glue to go all the way to the edge, so that way we don't have any little hiccups like this. Just put some more right there. I like to inspect my stuff before I move on, so that way I don't see something later and I'm like, crud, I can't go fix it. Okay, so just put it on that 1/8 setting here. Flip it over, make sure the ribbon's out of the way. And then we're just gonna go through the eyelets and we're gonna punch the holes. Try to do it in the middle. Like that. And then that's where we are going to put the sew in our signatures. Make sure your ribbon's out of the way. You wouldn't believe how many times I punched a hole through there. Yes, I do. I use 2 different glues. It's Beacon's 3-in-1 for the clear glue. I usually use Beacons when I'm doing like journal inserts, tags, you know, stuff like that. And for some reason, I just have in my head I have to use it for the liner. I don't know why. So, put that back there. And there's our holes for where all of the signatures are going to go in. So, there's the cover. And my ribbons, of course, are not straight because I do not cut them until the very end after I'm done. So, I'm going to put the signatures in, or we're going to pick out the paper now for the signatures. So, I'm going to leave that right there. And I use, oops, sorry. Oh, God, that probably sounded awful. 3 signatures, 36 of these sheets, 12 for each signature. All it is 11 by 8.5 craft brown paper. I like it because I do not have to do anything but fold it. So that's this, and I'm going to have 9 of these sheets. Make sure that's on the other side. So 1, 2, 3. This one is a liner page. Here. I also, if I have leftover paper for any reason whatsoever, I use it for journal inserts. I use them to make smaller books. Penelope over here makes quite a few books, and she's going to be making one here pretty soon. And if there is something that is on, what did I just do with all those pages? Oh, they're underneath. Dirt. Let me see, what do I got? 1, 2, 3, 3. This isn't one we're using. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut out probably the tags and stuff, and I'll just put them in with her stuff. So when I send it, hang on, I got glue on my hands. Y'all who've been on my live, you know how I feel about glue on fingers. It's nerve-wracking. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5. This is why I use 2 paper pads. 36. Cut it kind of close. What is that, 8? Oh no, we're not cutting it. We'll use this one since we used that one already. I think that's 9. Alright, so let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Here we go. Alright, so I'm going to, this is the only part that I do trim down, is I cut these down to 11 by 8.5. 9. That's why I use 2 paper pads, because it's really hard to find, really hard to find 9 whole sheets that do not have the tags on them and stuff. However, you can, and for your cover and stuff like that. But you can also, and I do sell all these Stamperia pads in my Etsy shop. What you can also do is you can use the ones that do have tags, and you can use those for the other side, and they can be our pocket pages, and you won't see the inside really. I'm going to do these. So we're going to cut this down to 11. No, wait a minute. Hold on. I always mess this up. We want it to be, no, we want it to be 11. I was right. Okay. I always that question myself always. It's like I have made like a ton of these books, and still, yet I question myself about which way we gotta cut it. And these strips right here, do not throw those away, because these are what I use for spacers between my signatures and among other little goodies when I do pop-ups or anything like that for the journal pages. Oh, wait, hang on a minute. Let me see what this one looks like on the bottom. We're going to turn this around this way so we don't cut this off. These are going to be just 8.5 by 11 pages, because that's what size the brown sheets are. Scrap pieces. You can also make what people what do they call them? Master boards. They make master boards. You don't know what those are. It's just taking. I don't personally do it because I don't know. I don't have time to. I just do it and make whatever I want out of it. I don't like to waste time doing that. But see, that way it's like this. But they basically take like a huge board or a piece of scrap paper or something, and they put all their scrap pieces on it, and then they cut out tags and stuff. And I'm like, why don't you just make tags out of the stuff to begin with? I don't get it. It's not my thing. But, you know, everybody each their own, whatever they want to do. I was in a journaling group. One of the journaling groups I got kicked out of because I didn't fit the little junk journaling mold, so to speak. And they were all about the master boards. And I'm like, okay, go for it, you know. So, alright. Got our 8.5 by 11. I do have one of those guillotine cutter things, but my husband got it for me for Christmas, and he's the only one who's used it. I don't like big, huge things. I like stuff that's more compact, because I don't have a large area to craft in. I need to kick one of my children out of their room and be like, look, you've been here long enough. I don't care if you're 12 or 2. Mama needs a crafting space. It's Stamperia Lilac flowers. I think I still have some in my Etsy shop. It's not one that I used it so much that I kind of despised looking at it for a while. And so this is the first time I've used it this year. There's 36 brown papers, and then 9 Stamperia papers. Uh-oh. Here it comes. Did you have a good nap? I don't know why Bug was hollering. Huh? Oh, that's good. Probably because I Febrezed everything. That allergen stuff. Well, that's good.
These guys are making too much noise.
Huh?
Are these making too much noise?
Yeah. I have my hearing aids in, and they kind of make my things squeal a little bit. I almost answered that question again, what the paper was called. I thought it was a new question.
I'll bother staying here for a while.
As long as you don't make a lot of noise. You have to be quiet. The master's at work. Oops, I did cut that one all the way through. Let's see, 11. You might fall asleep again with my music on. You were thinking about doing what? Oh, I was just talking about that. The guillotine? Yeah, I said you were the one who used that to cut up stuff.
Get ready to throw these Velcro away. Do you want it for anything?
I thought Lily was using those.
She has it the roll.
I don't know. Let me see it.
There's 480.
Wait a minute. Is this the same thing that she used to stick the handles on her shelf?
Exactly.
It is. My husband has this roll of Velcro. See, we don't use these for our handles.
We only use the other half.
We only use the other half. They're the receiving end. Like, hold on here, I'll show you. And my daughter Lily, let me show you what she did. She took these and she stuck them up under her bookshelf. And she took the handles like this, because we only use this end. And then she took all of her handles and she stuck them to them like that. So now they're all hanging from her shelf. And we don't use these. So, I don't know. I'll have to figure out something to do with it.
480 of them there.
480 of them? Good grief. They only come in a set. So, I mean, like, I don't know what to do with it. I guess if people want to do that with their handles or whatever, they can. You know, that's what she did. Alright, last one. Yay! And then we're going to...
What I just found.
What'd you just find? Oh! Fragile stickers! Thank you! Huh? Where were they?
Down there between the two.
That's where I put them. I knew I put them somewhere. I had them over by the bins. Oh, good. And I think the mail lady just came too with my other ones. Alright, yay! I'm kind of digging this cutter here. I kind of like it. It's nice that it kind of folds up.
First time you used it?
Well, this long. I've used it on a few things, but not like in depth, you know. Alright. So now that comes the fun part of organizing these and what we're going to make. Oh, we're going to make that one a pocket page. Let me set this here. You'll know what I'm talking about when I say pocket page. Let's see. We'll make one of these, I guess. We'll make both of these ones a pocket page too. Okay, so let's see. We got organize these by what they look like. Oh, there it is. We're gonna do this. Probably this, and then we'll do. I'm gonna put this one here with that. Whoop! I keep hitting that thing. This one as a pocket page. Okay, so the front, the first signature. Wait a minute, let me see what the pocket. We'll make this one the last one. We'll make probably this one. What's that noise? What are they doing? Oh. Can you please close the door? Oh. I didn't know that you had the door open. Alright. We're going to make this one probably the second one. Make this one the first, maybe. Yeah, make this one the first. Okay, so what I do is I take one stamp area page, and then we're going to take like 6 of these. You're just going to put them inside of each other. Thank you guys for sticking around. Probably put you to sleep. Just like this. Alright, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we're going to do 6. Put this one in here. Then we're going to do the next 6. And then the pocket page is going to go in the middle because that is where it's going to be bound through. And then you will not see the embroidery threads because we make it into a pocket page. So the only place you will see them is on the outside of the book. And this also helps keep the signatures, the threads from breaking, you know, because they're not exposed. And oh, I know. Well, my like I said, my child figured out a use for them. She stuck them all to her shelf and was putting her handles on there. And I'm like,
Proud of her being clever with that. Like that.
She is very smart. She's got a creative streak in her. She just has to learn how to focus that with other things too. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Well, the great thing is I always put this on my YouTube channel, so you're not able to stay the whole time. You can always go back and watch it. Isn't that fun? And fast forward through my spastic parts, like me looking for the eyelet. Alright, we got 3, 4, 5, and 6, and then this will be pocket page that's going to go this way. And then the last one, wait a minute, I don't have an extra page. Hold on. Oh Lord, what did I just do? 1, 2. Oh, I forgot to put it in. No, I didn't. I do have an extra page. It was supposed to be this one. There we go, like that. Spastic. There we go. Now we're good. Fast forward. Seriously. 1, 2. And then I'm going to get my binding tool, which I lost it the other day, but I forgot I put it up here on the windowsill. I think 1, 2, 3, 4. I do have the binding tool. Everybody always asks me where I get it from. Well, I do sell it in my Etsy shop now, because I like to have everything available for you guys. I'm going to make sure that's not upside down. I actually made this myself. It's a digital, available in my Etsy shop. The link is in the bio. You can print it on any kind of color paper you want. Find the middle one. There it is. There we go. Alright, so that's going to be number 3. Now, when I bind the book, I always do this kind of backwards. Hang on, I was looking to make sure it's right. So, what I do, oh, there it is. Okay, so mine is extremely wore out because I marked all over it. I marked on these holes because they match the holes on my spine. So that way I don't have to continually measure them out or anything. I just marked it with a marker and then on we go. Because I always do that. This is the same standard holes that I do for any width signature. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a pen this time so I can actually see it. And I'm just going to, maybe you would run out of ink as soon as I need you. Nothing. I have refills for these pens, but I'll get it later. I don't know where they're at. If I can't find the eyelets, I can't find the refills. So now I just stick it in there, make sure my line is lined up. And like I said, I have these in my Etsy shop, and then all I gotta do is, oh, it does come with its own little, what do you call these, an owl? It comes with one. I think it's in my cup over here, but I like using this one. So there's the holes, and then when you go to look, they should be all evened up. Let me use these holes. Right here. Boom, boom, boom. So they have a lot of wiggle room there to use in there. Yay! Well, at least you made it home good. Okay. Alright. Make sure I didn't accidentally fold over any pages. Huh?
So I'm the W Queen of Chaos. You makes these bins look terribly.
Would you expect any less? This is what happens when you leave me alone for a few days to manage all the hubby's love handle stuff.
I don't know how you would ever find anything. Like,
I know where everything is.
You did not.
I did too. I just didn't know where my labels were. That was it. That was the only thing I didn't know was where my labels were.
Nope. Not finding.
Queen of Chaos. Are you going to find me a sign now that says Queen of Chaos?
No. All we have to do is look around.
Well, you found me the hot mess. You told me to embrace the hot mess I was. Remember when you bought me that sign? Well, I did. This ain't chaos. It's only chaos if you don't know what's happening. All I do is I line it up. When I'm folding it, I use my bone fold, and I make sure that when I go like this, everything's all shoved in there and all together. And then I got like a death grip on it right now to poke through the holes. And I use the top one as like a guide. So that kind of helps. And I think maybe practice too. I don't know. That's probably mostly of it. Is practice. But yeah, I don't know. A lot of people ask me how I cut chipboard so straight and stuff like that. And I'm like, I don't know. I didn't know that was a thing, but apparently it is. I tell you, I've worn out the, I'm just lining this up. I always double check just to make sure. I didn't double check with this one, but I can. With the whole grouping. I know that if I punch them together, they're going to be fine. And since I use a stronger one than the one that it actually comes with, kind of makes it a little bit easier. But I do know when you keep it like in an angle like this, it will punch easier. If you flatten it out, it will not. I've tried it kind of both ways, and I find this to be a lot easier. You know, this is why my thing's always messed up. There it is. They do have like little, I call them like little bookbinding boats that you can get that are sort. This is also the bookbinder thing is also sunken in the middle a little bit, so it's got like a little divot in there to kind of keep it that way, so that may help. Through, almost through. Okay, so that way you check them, and then you know that if it went through the folded part of your pages, then it did through all of them. That's kind of the best way to gauge it. Alright, this one was number 2, I think. Let me put them upside down, because if I don't, I'll forget. Where'd it go? Uh-oh. Oh, there it is. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Y'all, I'm always dropping everything. sun finally came out. It was looking all doomy gloomy.
Was it?
Yeah, it was. It was like one of those weird hazes too, where you like you almost need sunglasses, but there's no sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was like. Alright, so what I'm gonna do, put that together. Bug being good?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Make a mess, but
Oh, I don't want to hear that. Now she's embracing the hot mess she is.
don't hear that.
Gosh, she is such a girly girl. I don't think we've ever had one this girly before.
Not quite.
That child would rather get a pretty dress
And makeup.
and makeup or something like that than a toy any day. That's what we need to tell people to get her for her birthday, is just like a fake makeup and dress up stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And like high heels. I thought she was going to break her neck the other day when she was walking in them.
How tall is it?
I don't know. Measure them. I have no idea. They're probably at least 5 inches, maybe. Huh?
That's what I was thinking.
Alright. So, there's all the holes. Let me find... Oh, I already had embroidery thread out here. Okay, so I always start in the back. And I work my way forward. I don't know why. It just, to me, it seems easier for some reason. Let me get a drink. It's Lilac papers. I may still have, oh, there it is. That's what it is. This is for somebody, so they can make it as chunky as they want. But see, I accommodated it for chunkiness. It won't be chunky when she gets it, unless I add a whole bunch of stuff to it. But see, you can make it this chunky and still tie it. So yeah. So this one is going to go in the back, right here, just like this. And here we go. Let's see what we got here. Alright, I'm going to turn this way. This makes it a little bit easier. Always make sure your signatures are the right way. This is just embroidery floss. And what I do is I take the end of it here. You leave like a little bit of a tail, like that. And I go through it twice. So however many times you go through it, that's how long it needs to be. So I go 1 and 2. And then leave another little tail on that end. So that's how I do it. It's better to have too much than too little, because then you get stuck in a pickle that way. And I also only do an even number of holes in the signature, so that way the thread, you'll end up on the same side. Hang on a second. because if you have an odd number, you won't. Where's my owl at? Yeah. Make sure got a clean path. Alright, you. Just a little. There we go. These things like to get in the way. The only thing I don't like about those, but they're pretty afterwards. Now, what I'm going to do is just pull it like that, and that will straighten it up. And then I'm going to tie it. I'm not going to take it off of the thread because I want to go one more time through it. Always double knot it. Let's see, there's the first time through. Hopefully it won't get shorted here. I usually make it a little bit, you may want to make it a little bit longer if you're going to go twice through. But if you shorten it, I'll show you what you can do. Like, you can take this, since this is all going to be covered up. Is this the one? Yeah. Go like this, tie it, because sometimes I cut them before I went through again, and that kind of stinks, so you don't want to do that. I've done that actually on live before. Cut this like that, pull it good and tight, and then you can just continue it on like that. So in case that does happen, there you go. And then we'll cut them afterwards. And we'll cut this little thingy off. But yeah, you always want to have like an extra amount. Which one did I go through? This one. And I always put like a glue, the beacons glue, when I make the pocket pages on there, so they'll stay also because of that. Ugh, guys, ribbon's getting on my nerves. So then you'll take this and take your needle off, and then find the original one that you first did, which is probably this one right underneath. Yeah. So that way you don't feel like you have to redo stuff over. There's always ways to fix stuff. There you go. I always do it twice, just like that. Then snip. Okay, so the pocket page right here is what you're going to glue together. And I do use the beacons for this. Alright, this one's signature number 3. So you're going to just put it a good amount over threads here. We're just going to go up, not across the top. We're just going to go to the sides like that. I kind of like to follow it back down because it can get kind of stringy. What do I do with this cap? Oh. And then kind of spread it a little bit. Like that. I wet my finger off. Gonna stick it together like this. And that's how you make pocket pages out of your signatures. And if you have a little glue come out, that's fine. Just wipe it right here. And then what I like to do is on my punch, just like, yeah. So if I sell a book or something, so my customer knows pocket page, I put this little notch in it, just like that. And then I'm gonna put a hole here, a hole here. These can be for little dangles. Alright, that one's one. Let me turn this sideways. And there's that. Alright, stay still. No. Doing these on pages is always the hardest. And also be careful if you're using one of these that you don't poke a hole through the other page. I've done that before. So, there's your pocket page. Oh my gosh, Jeremy. This is a handheld crocodile. I actually have these in my Etsy shop, I think, still. I had a fun little time. So, there's the first signature. That's what it looks like on there. And then, what I like to do is, it's got to get used to being this way. No, I don't usually do my book covers in fabric. I've done small ones. I don't like to do big ones like this in fabric, because I just don't like fabric that much. I like to do them in paper. And I use like Stamperia paper. So I'm going to clip this to get it out of my way for the other one. So let me move these over. Put this up here. And we're going to do the next signature. And then, don't worry about your signatures moving a little bit like this, because I have a thing to put down in the inside so that keeps them straight. Alright, Piggy, you gotta go over here. Alright, signature number 2. Right here. holes are all lined up. Before, I'll make sure that, and then you'll be fighting with it, trying to get them, trying to get your needle through there. Okay. And 1 and 2. I have some journals available in my Etsy shop already. I don't do custom orders because I would get slammed to death for them. So as I create them, well, not really as I create them, when I feel like they're finished, I put them in my Etsy shop. This one is actually for somebody that I promised, they asked me months ago to make them one, and this was a special circumstance that I did because they are a very good friend of mine, and I told them I would make them one. They needed a writing, they wanted a writing journal for a little journey they have been going on, or they're going on right at the moment. Claire de Lune. I played this song before. What do you mean glued and sewn? I glue it afterwards because I make this page that it's being sewn into pocket page. So I guess it would be both. Alright, where'd that one go? Okay, this one is going to be an upper pocket page. I'm just going to go up like this, then around and stop. And go back this way so I don't drip any glue anywhere where I don't want to. Stamp here. Oh, the cream paste. I love the cream paste. I'm already on my second container because I use it so much. I love the cream paste. Love it, love it, love it. It works great with stencils. You can also use it on the very, very thin molds that they have that are like paper thin. It was the one that I did that Cosmos plaque thing out of. I did that out of ceramic, but you can use those also on there. But yes, I love it. I actually I have it right here too because I just used it. This, the cream paste, yeah, I love it. This is my second container. The other one, I used all of it. It's awesome. Great stuff. It's the best I've used. So I like it a lot. I like it a lot. That's like the third time I've done that. Alright, so now on this pocket page, this is going to be upper one. And what I usually do is I make a bookmarker. I make a bookmarker for the journal, which I will probably do. These don't hold in very well. And then I'm going to add the little doodad thing up here. I only do one on this one. I just feel like two is a little bit overkill. Out of the way. Alright, don't move. And there we go. Got the eyelets in. And there's that pocket page right there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to clip this one. We're going to will it into submission here. That way it won't be like that. After they're tied closed for like a day or two, they end up staying like this. I have other books around here that I can show you that that have been closed or tied up. Not in a weird way. I mean, like they're closed. That sounded bad. That's because Fisker sucks. And I'm going to say it, and probably on my deathbed, it sucks. I hate... Fiskars needs to stick with scissors. They're great at scissors. Not good at punches. I have one, and I don't even know why I still even have this thing. It's just like... I feel like I need to go lift weights afterwards just to be able to use it. It's ridiculous. I don't know what they're thinking. I will say the Bira punches, some of the best I've ever used. Bira punches are amazing. I like the Anywhere punches. I use those all the time. And even some of their corner punches are good. Like the big foot pedal thing that I bought by accident, the one with the flowers. Those are great. I could punch it with one hand. I actually, you know what? Hold on. Where did I put that? I actually have one out. I just used it the other day. I used it to make a macaroon, but this one. See how big that is? Okay, I can literally go like this and punch that sucker. See? I mean, it's super easy. So, and it's huge. It's like 3.5. It's a big old punch. There you go. Let me show you. One-handed. See how easy that is? Look at that. Look, look. One-handed. This is the brand of punches to get. See that? One-handed punch. They're fantastic. They look like a foot pedal to like a sewing machine. You know what I mean? But they're great. I ordered one of these by mistake. It was a big, huge, like, flower one because I wanted it for a shortcut on the blooming flower thing that I do. And I was like, what the heck? I did not look at the size. Oh. But I used it and I made the blooming flowers with it. Oh, let me check these real quick. But when I punched it with one hand, no, I don't think so. Beer punches, I found them on Amazon. Oh, here we go. Here, I got an This is called an anywhere punch, and it's Bira, I guess. And you can put these. They come apart like this. Now, practice on other paper first. I will say that. I got these off of Amazon, so you can put this anywhere on your paper, and then when you get it where you want it, you just clip this on, and it's magnetized, and then you punch it like that. And these are great. I love these. They come only in, like, I think 4 different designs. They have this one. They have an oval one. Those two I recommend completely. If you do, and if they feel like they're wearing out, or you do get them from a thrift store, stamp some heavy duty aluminum foil through it. So, oh, the spine of the book, it's a crocodile big bite. I have this right here. It's a crocodile big bite. I will have some soon in my Etsy shop. I'm just waiting on my order to come. So, yeah. You're most welcome. Alright. Squirrel moment. I have those a lot. You want to know about punches? I have bins full of punches. I have a whole drawer over here full of punches. And then I have another, like, Rubbermaid bin full of punches. And I love punches. To me, that's like the best thing besides having a die cut machine. Except it's handier because it's handheld. And I use it a lot. I like using them for bookmarkers. I also got another cool little gadget that I have not tried yet, and it's been in the package now for a few weeks, and I'm like, I've got to use this because it's killing me. Hang on. See what's going on here. There we go. And it's an anywhere cutter. You heard, an anywhere cutter. I love anywhere cutters. And I'll show, it's still in the flipping package, okay, and they come in smaller, like, sets. I don't recommend that. Just get the big set. Just do it. Rip the band-aid off. Do it. You know me, I'm an enabler. When I say you need something, you need something. I'm a bad enabler. We'll definitely say that. I'm terrible. My daughter is, though, too. Like, if we're out anywhere, I'm like, oh, I want some Starbucks. And she's like, I do too. Let's go now. She don't even try to talk me out of it. She just said, no, let's go now. We gotta go now. What are you talking about? The circle one? No, I have, like, about 7 different circle cutters because I'm weird and I like, well, some of them, okay, there's a reason for this. Okay, and this is, where is he? Is he in here? Okay, good, because I'm not going to talk to him. My husband likes to hear my justification for buying one. And I said, okay, well, let me tell you. This one doesn't go small enough. This one doesn't go big enough. This one is wonky at times and doesn't work right. So I have excuses for everything. It's as bad as I ordered so much Stamperia paper because it's paper and it's flat. That was my My excuse when the Magic Forest collection came out for Stamperia. It's okay, it's flat. It's paper, it's flat. And he's like, well, that makes it all better, doesn't it? Like, it doesn't weigh anything or have to be stored. I'll tell you, too, if you want a good solution to store, like, 12 by 12 scrapbook paper, go on to Walmart, and Better Homes and Gardens has those cubbies, and they come in all sorts of sizes. They come in a 3x1, they come in 3x2s, or no, 6x2s, 4, and I have a 4x2, or no, what is it? Yeah, 4x2, so it has 8 cubbies. Yeah. No, because it's really, which house shape? I have 2 house-shaped journals. Which one are you talking about? I have one that has a roof and one that has the attic part. I call it the attic. That's just why I call it. I think I have 2. I may have another one, too. I don't know. But you get to those cubbies, and they fit about, I think, 50 plus packs of Stamperia paper. Like the 12 by 12 scrapbook paper.
Yeah, it's a 13 by 13 cube. So.
How many packs of paper is that? You could figure it out. I know you can.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Who else would I be talking to? You're the only one who could really answer me, like, in a voice where I'm not reading it. It's like a 13 by 13 shelf, and that's what I have to store my...
If you say that the pads are a 1/4 inch thick, that's 52.
52. Okay, he thinks it's 52. You don't know what Stamperia is? Oh, let me educate you. It's paper. Actually, it's not just paper. They make all kinds of products. But they make the most gorgeous paper. That's what this is on the planet. If you go to my Etsy shop, that's all you'll see. All that paper in there. They just came out with one, too. It's the Sunflower collection. I think I got one somewhere around in here. I know I do. But they make all kinds of stuff, like mixed media stuff. They do steampunk. They have tons and tons of awesome scrapbooking paper. And they will have tags, cards, all kinds of stuff. If you got sunflowers, they just came out with a sunflower collection, like last week. I'll show you it. Hold on, I have it right here in my Stamperia stash. I have all kinds of discontinued paper in there. I have the Lady Vagabond one that discontinued. I'm happy about that because I was planning on doing another book with Lady Vagabond. Yep. They don't actually sell this one in Hobby Lobby. And they do sell it, some of it, at Michael's, usually the Alice in Wonderland, and it is twice the amount that you would pay. So I don't recommend. You know. But it's very cute paper. And this collection just came out, and I cannot wait. I have the perfect book plan for this. Oh, I can't wait to do it. I'm going to call it the Flower Shop book. The Sunflower Shop book, I think. But that's what it looks like. It's got little trucks, all kinds of... It's very sunflower. And then they have die cuts. You can get this at in my Etsy shop. I'm a distributor for them, and I sell all their... almost all their products. I still haven't even gotten all the stuff in. But if you go to my Etsy shop, I have like, I know I have like maybe 60 different types of paper pads in there now. 8x8, 12x12, some 6x6. They even have ephemera packs that go with it, and like cutouts and stuff. Paints that match the collections, which I like, you know. Oh no. That's one reason why I wanted to start selling stamp periods, because Amazon, I just was like, I don't want to give my money to a multi-billion-dollar company anymore. I would rather sell it and sell it at a reasonable price. And so that's why I started. And plus I love Stamperia paper. I've used them for years. And I love them so much. They know that I love them because they are always asking me for stuff. I actually do projects and stuff like that for them now too, because they saw all the stuff that I use exclusively their stuff. That's why. We'll have fun shopping. I told you I'm an enabler. I'm not going to tell you to go and don't do it. I also am a distributor for American Crafts, which does We Are Memory Keepers. And so I have I like to keep all the crafting tools and supplies that I use on there. That way people can just do a one-stop shop. And they don't have to sit there. I don't have to refer them. Oh, I got this on AliExpress. Oh, I got this here. Oh, I got this here. I like to have it all in one place. And then I make my own products on there too, called Hubby's Love Handles. It sounds funny, but trust me, they're amazing. They're my multi-purpose handle that does like inking, wax stamp seals, stampers like cling stamps, and I make all kinds of different designs in them, and I'll show you here in just a second. Another squirrel moment. First we were talking about stamps, now we're talking about these. Hang on, let me move this. There's the last pocket and the last signature, which is good. And hopefully be getting some more eyelets and grommets here pretty soon. I have an order coming, so I'm going to clamp these down so they stay. But Hubby's Love Handles here. That's what these are. I make these handles here, and they're wax stamp handles, but let me find. Oh, this is the latest one. I made myself a rose gold one. So I actually designed this for my desk. And this is a steampunk version that I had, and this is the handle I designed. This is a small cling stamp holder for tiny stamps, and you can unscrew it. And then I have a larger one like this for the larger stamps, so that way you're not using those acrylic block things. The next color is bronze and gold, and they will be added probably after I'm done with my live. And then I have the rubber, the round inkers like this that use like these kind of sponges, you know, the flat ones or the dome ones, so you can ink. And then I have, where is my rectangle one? Let me find a rectangle one. Alright, here we go. I have a rectangle one right here. And they take these. Right here. I have glue all over my fingers. So, you can ink it all up. So, these are my Hubby's Love Handles. And then we have the bead picker upper. I always forget about that one.
That's why nobody knows what it is.
Shut up. My husband's like, that's because nobody knows what it is.
Oh, that's why nobody is.
Oh.
Forget about it.
Well, a bead, well, I don't, let me see. see if it will. There we go. I have some eyelets here and some washers. So I have nails on. When I have nails, it's hard to pick beads up and stuff. And that's what these are for. And they unscrew from the handle. And these are replaceable also. So that's what my hubby's love handles are. So that's what these are. Oh, and I also have the finger. I almost forgot about the finger one too. Oh gosh, I can't keep up anymore. Finger dollars. And they unscrew also from here. So you can have one handle and all the attachments too. I know, I love it. And I'm working on other attachments, redoing other attachments, because I want to revamp them and stuff. Sequins, yeah, like the beady things, or like diamond painting or something like that. I don't do diamond painting, but I'm sure you can. But and then of course the handles themselves, we make all these.
That's where the tips come from, is from diamond painting.
Oh, does it really? Oh, I didn't know that. See, I don't do diamond painting, so I didn't know. So yeah.
Some of their hubbies love handles.
You need to hush with that. I came up with that.
What?
What do you mean, hubby's love? No, I don't care. I don't care. I named them hubby's love handles. They're not that because you found the tips. So yeah. So that's what our little things are here. So if you see them in my Etsy shop, you'll know. And then I made me ones that I didn't have in rose gold in my collection here. Like I didn't have the twisted heart. I had the queen somewhere. I just don't know where it is. I think it fell behind my desk and I still got to pick it back up. So yeah, those are my hubby's love handles, and we do them in all kinds of stuff. So let's get back to the book, shall we? Alright, so I got all the pocket pages made. So now what we're going to do is we got to put spacers in between the pockets. And let me clean my desk off a little bit. I am abusive towards stuff. I use it. I like pretty stuff, and we also have our glue holders. And I'm going to need that in just a second. We have so much stuff, so I did, but everybody bought them out, and I have more on the way. I did have packs of grommets, and then I had eyelets, and I think I do have a set, but they're nickel or something like that in there now. So, but more on the way. I'm going to get them running ragged because they don't understand. I'm like, yeah, I'm sold out. Okay, so in here, oh, you have? Oh my gosh, was it good things or bad things that you heard? Probably, it may have been somebody using my stuff. I have a lot of people on here who use them. So, as you can see how the signature moves? We're gonna stop that right now. And how I do it is I cut down pieces of paper and I shove them in between here, the signatures, and it holds them in together. I use both crocodiles, big and small, and I was kind of on the fence about buying the small one, but I am so glad I did, because when I do tags and stuff, it comes in handy. It really, really does. So I'm going to say that looks like it's a little less than ½ of an inch. So let me move this real quick. I'm going to cut down little strips of paper here. About ½ of an inch. Let's see. And so then we're going to make them signatures stop moving. be a good on both sides. And then they're going to be a little less than 8.5 inches. Alright, so a little less than 8.5, and then we'll I'm going to use that for a spacer. I'm going to cut this one too because I think there was one that looked like it could work. Alright, let's see what we got here. Oh gosh. This one's going to be too small. This one may be just right. Yes, that's almost perfect. Alright. What's that? Put some glue in here just like this. And then you're just going to put a piece of paper in here like that. I also need to put a ring on real quick. Got to put a ring on it. Okay, and this helps hold the signatures together. Let me find no. Oh, here we go. Needs a silver one, I think. Yes, I do. I'm going to put one in here too. I just got to put this in here first before I forget because I like putting these in here and then I put the paper over it and it covers it up. It's like 2 birds, 1 stone. Let me turn it this way. I can flatten it a little bit. Make it as flat as possible. These little pull ring things you can get off of Amazon. Do not get the Tim Holtz ones or they'll be itty bitty. Those, they're like super smaller unless that's what you want. So, okay, and then the next one's going to go over that. I need a thicker one. Alright, I'm going to move this. Put that right here. That one looks like it's probably right, maybe. Kind of looks like it's about 3/4 of an inch. This is a no measuring zone, sorry. I like to a little bit more. I like to guesstimate. Why not? Whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh, no, don't do this. I'll just cut it. Let's just cut it. I think that's where I need it anyway. Yes, oh good. I'm gonna cut it now. But yeah, spacers are really good to holding your signatures in. Then you can also blend in also with whatever thing you're using, design, for your cover, whatever. That works too. A little less than 8.5. I usually like 4mm or 5mm size grommets. I made that way too short. How did I do that? Me not paying attention. Hang on. Let me get another piece of paper. Oh, there we go. Sneak to get distracted by birds outside. Yeah, right up there. Alright, is that... Yep, that works. Okay, so it's going to be... Oh, that's why. I didn't go past the 8 mark. Whoopsie. There we go. See, that will go right in there. And you want it to be a little bit snug to where you got to kind of push it down like that. To where it's like this. Because that means it will hold it really well. I hate it when I leave my glue right side up. I always forget to put it back in the thing. I'll put some extra over that. Alright, and then we're going to go to the outside of the book. And I got some things I'd like to do on there. And the book itself will be pretty much done. There we go, squishing on up in there. That one is still a little wiggly. Let's move this one over a little bit. I'm going to push this one just a little bit more over towards that one. I don't want it wiggling at all. There we go. Looks like it's only wiggling at the bottom. Get that glue off there. There we go. Now I don't put them on the outside. Right here. I don't think it's necessary. But let me move this. I believe it's called a pull braid, a pull drawer braid. If you go to my link in my thing in journal supplies, it's in my journal supplies list. I have everything on there that I use in my journal books. Now this one, as you can see, yeah, it looks kind of chunky. It's because those thingies are in there right now holding it. So I'm going to check over this, make sure we're good. Good. I always take a pair of tweezers and go down where I made the pocket pages and kind of squeeze them a little bit because I can't get my fingers that far down. So I like to give them a little squeeze and make sure that we get all that glue, especially out of there. That one's good. That one's good. These are good. Squeeze that one a bit more because since they're pockets, we don't want any openings. These two are the side ones anyway. This one's just one up at the top. So, looking good, looking good. Where's my bone? Oh, this one? This is copper color that I made in my Etsy shop. Or I made in my bedroom for my Etsy shop. That one is only included in the mega bundle, which will have more hopefully soon. I have actually 2 sets of mega bundles that I'm going to be posting here pretty quick. after I get off live and everything. Let me take a drink. Okay, so we got that. I need to get some, let me do the backings. I think I got the backings in here. Yes. And put this, that one's the silver one. They have tape on them, it's not blue. My window's right there. I hate the window. Okay, let me take this off. Like a fruit roll-up. I always have to mess with these because they get kind of, make sure they're, yeah, I'll show the colors at the end of the live. And I got glue on my finger, sorry. Hold on, I'm trying to look at the questions here. What we got going on? Oh my gosh, my tablet's almost dead. Hang on. Let me plug this up. I'll have to read sideways questions here. I just dropped. Darn it. Alright, let me see what we got here. Can we see the other colors? What colors? Fumble. What's it? It's Four Girls Stole My Heart. Is the name of my company. Are you going to cover another book? No, probably not. I've been on here since 1. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright. So, alright, this little bad boy here is going on the back. And this is where I do put my little label for my company. Anytime I make a book or anything like that, I put this on here. And to find that my little stamper thing. Oh Lord, this is like gonna go on a scavenger hunt. Okay. I have that somewhere. Alright. Let me find a piece of paper. Here we go. I'll probably use one of this. Oh, there we go. Let me use one of these. Some more metal stuff for my books, like, you know, handles and all that junk. And I gotta find what I did with that. I just had that here. I got that out right before live. Alright. Oh, here it is. My embosser here. Now I'll find some, maybe some purple ink or something to kind of go with it. Alright, so it's going to look something like this. Let me do it like right here. Plainer the better. And see, makes a nice little embossing on there, and I'm going to highlight it so that way you can see it better. These are just you can get these little embossers anywhere and you could customize them however you want, which is nice. It's worked great. I've had it for about a year now. I haven't had any issues with it whatsoever. I gotta find my, oh, let me get my inks out here. Okay, don't judge me on my inks, please. I know I have a problem. Okay. I need that sound. Don't have a problem. I don't have a problem. Okay, so I want to get a color, maybe a lavender color or something that kind of matches. And I have these, oh, no, that's kind of like a blue, I think. Yeah, no. And that's a little bit too purple down there. Seedless preserves isn't bad, but it's kind of more of a magenta kind of color. And I want to do, no, that ain't gonna work. Maybe this. There it is. That's a moneymaker right there. Alright, let me find my little stamper thing. Just gonna steal one of these. Poor little thing. It's been used up. Used up. Might have to. There we go. Let me put a little bit of a darker one on there. Let me see, where'd that one go? This one may work also. Where's that? I'll just use that one. I'm just gonna do a tiny bit of that. There we go. Now we're seeing it. Like my seal of approval, I guess. I don't know what you call it. There we go. Alright. So, let me, oh my god, I need another case. Time to start collecting more, I guess. Okay, then I'm gonna put this, it's gonna go like that. Oh, my organizing, yeah. I figured out if you take Velcro, you can put your little sponges that match your inks up on a 12 by 12. Those inks fit fantastic in a 12 by 12 box because they're 3 by 3. So I was like, well, that'll work. Alright, let me make sure we're all straight and hunky-dory here. Yep, perfect. Okay. Alright. I'm going to end up knocking you down. And then I'm going to put some ribbon here. I also like to put ribbon on the corners here. I don't always do it, but most of the time I do. And I just think it looks... Oh my gosh. Y'all hear Ruby? No, 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 no. I guess one of her sisters must be changing the channel or something. All right. I do make bookmarks. Well, like not like sell them separate. I just make them to go with the matching book. That's why. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, let me put some more glue right here. There we go. All right, I'm gonna leave it alone now. Alright. Hey, you find out. She's screaming. You don't hear her? Alright. I got this ribbon that I think will match pretty good because it matches the ivory with this. So I'm going to use this on here. And then I think we'll be pretty much all done for the moment. Okay, we're rolling away. Make sure this is all good, and I hate it when I get these and they're like all warped because then they don't lay flat. Okay, so one little trick. Easy organization. Oh gosh, sorry guys, my chair is super squeaky. You hear it? I use 2 different glues. Beacons 3-in-1, Crafter's Pick Ultimate. I use Crafter's Pick when I'm doing metal stuff. Because it doesn't take as long to dry as the Beacons. Beacons is good, but I only like it using it like for paper. I don't like using it for metal. I really like those clear 12x12 bins. And the reason why is because 1, paper can go in it. But 2, you can put like inks in there. And I usually put stuff like that in there. And I have a faux memo label thing. And I use that to label all my stuff. I have actually 2 of them. One does really, really big labels. And then the other does tiny labels. And I recommend like labeling stuff. Also, photo boxes are really good. Dollar General had a whole bunch of boxes for sale. I'm not sure if they still have them like in your area, but you could check. They come in all kinds of different sizes. If you do like journaling spreads, I recommend organizing like your ephemera and die cut by theme. That like if you have plants, you know, you have people and stuff like that. I have lots of charms and stuff and eyelets and everything that I use, and I'll show you in a minute. But I have a how many drawers is that? Let's see, 8 by, it's an 8 by 8 drawer set, and it's actually for, I want to say it's for like jewelry, maybe jewelry making stuff. I'm not really sure. All I know is it was out in my garage, and my husband's work was throwing it away, so he brought it home, and I asked him if I could have it, and he said yeah, so I took it. But they have them everywhere. Get them on Walmart, Amazon, and I'll show you in a minute. And I took that to organize all my charms and stuff for books. Boxes and boxes are really, really good. You can never have too many boxes. I do have one thing that I use for rubber stamps. I bought a, where's that cap? Oh, did I leave it in there? I left it in there. I bought a spoon rest from the thrift store, and I refurbished it and everything, and then I put my rubber stamps on there. You know, kind of like it's like a little skinny shelf. So I did that. There's like so many things. I have like little drawers and stuff. You get a desk, they have attachments if your desk is high enough and you don't have any drawers, like mine doesn't. Mine is a gamer desk. And because it's the only one I could find that was pink. And it has no drawers underneath. So I need to get some of those drawers that you could stick underneath your desk at the bottom. And that way, when I go to, I need something, it's right there. I don't have to worry about it. But that's kind of like some of the stuff that I do. I just find a way to organize and label everything, because if you don't, you'll lose it. Like, I used to lose everything. Now I kind of have it all labeled. Except for the mylets I was looking for earlier. Oh, I also need to do the book corner. Almost forgot. This is one way, too, that I do not have to... I don't put Mod Podge or anything on my covers. I don't like it, because Mod Podge tends to be a bit tacky, even later, even if it's matte, even if it's glossy, it will be tacky. And one problem that I have, especially with these jars, this is all Mod Podge, which I do use on jars. If I leave it like here on this surface for a long time, it will stick when I go to pick it up. And I'm always scared that when it does stick, it's going to rip the paper off. And it's just fine without it, so I don't even bother. Haven't had any issues with it. And now it's been, over a year since I started making these books. Let me put these corners on before I forget. So, yeah. I've also, a lot of the stuff I used to organize, I've made myself. I have a vinyl roll holder that I made out of shower hooks, shower rings, and ribbon. And that was it. And, what do you call those? Zip ties. So, some of the stuff, I just kind of get an idea for it, and then I'll just run with it. Some of that stuff helps. Alright, let me put these on here. I'll take all the clips out. We'll be able to see the finished product. Oh, good. That's good. Attaching corner. You mean like what I'm doing now? Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Could you not see before? Just squish it. It's some kind of jewelry. Oh, hang on a minute. Jeremy, can you tell me what this is called? The one that has the rubber things on it?
No.
It's in my, go on my Amazon list, and it's under bookmaking supplies. And it should be in there. Hang on, he's gonna look and tell me.
Did you order it from Amazon?
Yeah. But I also have it organized in list. That way it can...
The problem is I don't know how to find that list easily. It's called nylon jaw pliers.
Nylon jaw pliers?
Yup.
Nylon jaw pliers.
Yup. Jewelry making tools.
Oh, of these? No, I just looked them up on... Now, I have a certain size I prefer more than brand. And these are... I believe they're 1 inch... No. They're 1 and... Oh, maybe 1.2... Let me see. Not sure how you measure them. I don't know if it's like a TV, you measure from corner to corner. But these are about 1.25 length, and I prefer these because I don't like the itty bitty ones. And if you get a variety pack of them, you'll get mostly the itty bitty ones and only a few of the big ones. So I buy the big ones individually because of that, because I don't like the tinies. So, yeah. Alright, let's take these out of here. They're getting used to their new home. And so, what we need to do now is I gotta tie these. Oh, I gotta trim these down. Hang on, let me make sure these are even. And I like to keep them kind of long because you never know how chunky they're gonna make it. So this is what... And there she is. Complete in all of her glory. And like I said, I usually make it to where it looks like this, like with nothing in it at all. And then if they fill it up with the tie, they can still have a tie on there to where it can still close. So then when it looks like a fat chunky monkey, then it still is functional. And since I make all my books the same like height, when I have them all lined up, they all are straight across, which is what I like. So that is what... Now I'm going to look over the inside and see everything is. So here's what it looks like. Hang on, let me move this. So here is what the book looks like. like I said, I was making it more of a writing journal. So these are all writing pages. And then extra pages that can be decorated. And then this is the first pocket. And what I usually do for stuff like this is where are those? Let me find bulb pens. Where are they at? Here they are. Things in the way. Hold on, let me move this out of the way. So I'll take something like these bulb pens, and you can do this with it. Or you can take a hook clasp. And then we can add in, I'm probably going to do this anyway, so let me move this down. Whoa, careful. There we go. Like these little flowers here. And the great thing is, since, hang on, let me do this. I'm gonna put it in this way. So I can get this in. There we go. So you can have little danglies like that hanging through there. And even when you close it, it comes to the outside, so it's not in the way. That's why I like put it. So I'll usually put something on each of the ones that I did that with. So that's how those work. And this is the first signature. Here's the second signature. It's all the pages. And see, it lays flat, which is what I like. So even if somebody's writing in here, it will lay flat. And then I'm going to make a bookmarker to go in here, and I like using these for bookmarkers because when I attach the ribbon to it, it hangs out the top and it doesn't get in the way. So like I said, there's all kinds. You can also use, where are they? These little hook clasps. These are called hook clasps, and I like to use the ones that are, I don't know, this size, I guess. Let me see if I can get this one on here. There we go. See, so you can hook all kinds of stuff on there like that. And I also do that for the little thing on the spine too. The drawer, I think they call it a drawer pull brad. I think that's what it's called. So, and then here's the other one, other pocket right here. And one thing you can do also is if you make envelopes or anything like that, I don't have an envelope handy, you can stick the envelope, the top part that closes the envelope, glue it in here, and then it can make like a little fold out page. So there's all kinds of stuff that you can add to this, and I may do that. So, and then there's the back, and then of course the back of that, and then like I said, when you have stuff on the outside, it won't get in the way. You can also, here, let me take this one off and off. And then you can do this. Sometimes I like making the little spine danglies. Not always, but I always kind of dread it, and I think I dread it more because I know the book's almost done. You can do something like this. You can do the ribbon. You can do all kinds of stuff. I usually like to sync up whatever theme is going on here And that's the kind of charms that I put on there. Oh yeah, I know a good printer. Let me tell you. First of all, stay away from HP. Because HP sucks. It's an ink guzzling printer. I have the Epson Econ Tank, and I highly recommend it. I print out invoices daily on there, and we got it. How long ago did we get that printer? Was it back in February or March, somewhere around there? Hey, when did we get that printer? The printer, February.
What printer?
That printer, the only printer in here.
We have 2 printers.
That printer.
I don't know.
It was like February or March, and we filled it up with ink, and we haven't filled it up since. And that's from printing daily. Daily. We print a lot daily. I go through more paper than I do printer ink at all.
February the 7th.
February the 7th is when we got it.
And the black isn't even half empty.
And yeah, the black's not even half empty, but I recommend the tanks. Big time. Tank printers are amazing. HP sits there and tries to get you to join an ink program. That is, yeah, the only thing it does is, one, you have to pay for the service, but two, they get you to, they're like, oh, well, we'll send out your ink at a discounted price. You end up paying so much for ink. No, this one is not for sale. This is already bought and paid for. That's why I made it on here today. We got the Epson Econ Tank 4850, I think it is. Is that what ours is? Is it 4850? Germ. 4850?
What we're using?
Yeah.
It is 4850. Yes.
Yeah, 4850. So
They have other.
but they have others also.
This one was on sale because they came out with newer models.
Are you?
We got it, but it's been a good one.
Yes, I highly recommend the Epson Econ Tank. We have the 4850. I have probably printed out since February. Oh my gosh.
How many orders have you had?
I don't know.
You print a lot.
At least 1,000. I've had at least 1,000 orders. Minimum. So I printed out like at least 1,000 papers.
Well, it's always multiple pages too. It's not one
It's
page.
not, yeah, it's not one page either.
Well, I bet that thing's seen at least easily.
And if you look on Amazon, I think it's Amazon Prime Days. So they could be on sale. But yes, I highly recommend that. It's my all-time favorite. It's worth the money. The money that you pay for the printer is what you're already saving in ink. And we haven't filled it up. The black ink ain't even halfway gone yet. It's crazy. It's so wonderful. I may not have to even buy ink at all this year. I may not. I'm okay with that, though. Absolutely okay. Okay, somebody wanted to see... what are the gold and the bronze steampunk? Are those the ones that are going to be done next?
They're done.
They're done? I just have to do my thing?
Yeah, we're waiting on one more holder for the gold, but bronze is done.
Okay. Well, let me see them. Somebody wanted to see the colors.
They're here on the bed.
Yeah, I see them. Alright, so the next of the steampunk bundles. Oh, wait a minute. The cup is... Let me get it. Oh, let's see. Is it this? Yeah. Hold on, I'm having trouble reaching.
Well, you could walk a little further.
I know. I don't want to walk all the way over there.
You don't want to walk 6 more feet?
No. Is bronze and gold. Sorry, my cord is getting in the way here. have the steam over here. Hold on a minute. Let me move this out of the way. I have the steampunk bundle. Let me move this. Alright. Let's see. This one just came hot off the press, so to speak. So the gold look like this. Steampunk bundle. This is the bronze. The copper has already sold out. The ones up after these will either be... What's the one that's going to be done after these? Is it the gunmetal? Or nautical mood?
It'll be one of those two.
It's either nautical mood or gunmetal. One of them. And the nothing but treble color. Wonder what fun one you're gonna make. So this one's bronze. I wanted to do metal colors because it's steampunk. So, and like I said, the mega bundles come with all of this. I have to say though, they are the longest printing ones that we've had so far. They take like, I don't know, 28 and a half hours or something like that to complete.
Yeah,
So
orders take 10 hours.
Yeah, these by themselves take over 10 hours to complete. So, because we want to make sure all the details and everything come out. I know, I had to put details on there. I like details. I don't give a flip. If it takes extra time, it takes extra time. So these are the, the wax stamp? Or wax stamp. The wax picker-uppers. And it comes with those. It comes with the, let's see what else. It comes with the rectangle one. I can stick my finger. I've stuck my finger in every single one of these, by the way, because I like it. It's a good fidget thing. You know. Multicolor is probably not going to be till next week. Wait a minute, which multicolor are you talking about? The pinkish looking one that I showed in the video? Is that the one you're talking about? Or the dark multicolor? Oh, that's probably not going to be until next week. And I'm not sure if that's going to be in a mega bundle yet. It may only be... I don't know if it will be in a mega bundle. I don't know. I have to check with my hubby and see. So there's that one. And what other one did we have? We have Hypnotic, which the Hypnotic, where is that one at? Looks like this color right here. I know we have the handles done for that. My husband had to go out of town, so I kind of took over the printing, and I'm chaos incarnate. So that's what. Who's going to be live tomorrow? Only one I know who goes live on Sundays is Connie. And then the stamper comes with it also. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attachments. Bone fold, cup, handle, happy day. And then, of course, the gold is very gold and shiny. So I wanted to do metal colors. And then they come with the same amount. They come with the wax stamp, mini stamper. And then we got that, and we also have some of the copper. The copper is my favorite though. I like the copper. What am I missing? Finger dauber. And also, I've had a lot of people ask me about finger daubers. We make them like this on purpose because not everybody brand of finger thingies that they use are the same. They are all different. I don't know yet. On the... Oh, okay, wait a minute. Hold on. I got... So we've never gotten it to work. What? What? Oh yeah, you gotta know. Oh my gosh, yeah. It takes, it's not just like one of them things that you, well, even if it's a nice one where you just, turn it on, plug it in, and do the calibrations and get it to work, you still have to know how to maintenance it. And the maintenance on them is crazy.
Only is we print. It's not for hobbyists. We just print a lot.
We print it, but yeah, we print a lot though because we're trying to keep up with the demand. The first week we had glue holders released. In 1 week we sold over 100. So, and they take 12 to 14 hours to make one. So that just tells you right there what. No, it's not. Heck no. I would have him quit this before he would quit that job. No, we like that other job better. What are you talking about? We watched so many videos and tried so many times of what? I don't know. I'm reading the comments and I'm reading them sideways because I'm charging my tablet at the moment. Oh, to balance the printer. Oh my gosh. I will have to say that it's so many things. It could be just the printer itself. Depends on the brand.
What's the problem?
She said they tried to get their printer to work so many times, but to balance it, what is it doing? Is it just not printing right? Because temperature, it's everything. It's temperature, it's balance, it's the temperature of the bed, temperature of the nozzle,
Material,
the type of
print
the print speed, the type of filament you're using. The fancier the filament, I will say, the harder it is to print. Oh, thank you, Sarah.
If you have somebody that needs help with 3D
It prints uneven and keeps getting clogged. Come over here, Mr. Man, and answer some questions.
Do they really want to do that on your live?
I don't know. Hang on. The guy's coming over. He said she said it prints uneven and
Uneven. What does uneven mean?
You mean like the print itself, like will be like over here and then print over here, like and it's off? Oh, that's okay. That's okay. I don't mind. No, it's okay. Hang on, let me go back and see what the other question.
Well, the clogging is probably an easier thing to answer. Clogging is material, temperature, retraction settings, and hot and cooling. What kind of machine do they have?
Okay, hang on. Y'all can hear him, right? Whatever we have available in my Etsy shop is what we have. We don't do pre-orders or anything like that. Okay, good. You guys can hear. Okay. As she said, like we calibrated and try to print the test square thing. And it keeps messing up. Ooh. Wow, you're really ground zero.
So that would tell me that the first layer, probably the bed level, is probably not right. If your nozzle's too close to the bed on the first level print, the extruder's working too hard to push out the plastic and it will start to clog up the hot end. And somewhere in the first few layers, it just stop pushing out filament. It'll start grinding.
Yeah, the balancing, that's what we keep trying to calibrate.
So the way I do it is I use Post-it notes, a really big style paper that's 0.1 millimeters thick. That's usually what you use. And then just above the bed level screws, I'll back those things off so there's a distance between the nozzle, and then run it out to where that paper just barely grabs on the nozzle in between the bed and the nozzle, and make sure the stepper motor is disabled, and then just slide over above the next bed level screw and just keep going around in the circle over the 4 screws until it grabs equally at every spot. Then after I get done leveling that way, I run a test print called CHEP, CHEP level print, which is just print squares, concentric squares on the bed, and then I'll watch to see how consistently it prints that square on the bed, and you've seen me do that. And if I don't like it in one corner or another one, I'll adjust the screws a little bit till I get the bed. The whole thing takes maybe 5 minutes, but that's how I do it. And then after the first layer, I get it where it prints exactly the way I want it to. Also, bed adhesion's a different thing, but that's how I level my bed. And then after I do that, I don't have to touch it again for a while.
I'm reading the comments.
None of that may be made any sense to anybody.
Yeah, but this is the good thing though. I'll also have this on my YouTube channel, so you can also go back and watch, toward the end, and you can see that. She said, yeah, that's exactly what we've been doing. Maybe it's just a bad printer. What brand is the printer?
I don't know if there's such thing as a bad printer.
Yes, there is.
Is there?
Yes.
There's levels of good, but I bet they all print.
There's levels of bad, too.
I'd say they all print. It's just...
Is it enclosed also? Hang on. There's always a delay on this one.
Okay.
I don't know if you can see anything on that one.
Because remember, when we started, I bought the absolute cheapest 3D printer on Amazon. And that's how we got started.
Yeah, but he added so much stuff to it.
Well, that's because I'm a nerd.
I know. He rebuilt it, basically.
I've rebuilt every printer we have multiple times. It's just...
I have no idea we got off Amazon. Some Chinese company. Well, I think they're all Chinese companies.
It's a Vox Lab Aquila is all of our printers, just different models.
Vox Lab Aquila is the base part of it. He's added so much stuff to it now that it's not that anymore.
But literally, they were the cheapest.
Mm-hmm. He even bought some off of AliExpress. I was like, you did what? He did. He bought some for parts. So, yeah. Hang on, I'm looking.
All of them but one of them are printing this because they don't have time to make the print.
Yeah, but they've worked out pretty good so far. But glue holders and stuff like that, we'll have, I think we have teal. Don't we have teal on something or no?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, we'll have some teal glue holders because I know I have lots of people.
I just took 2 off.
Oh, you did? Okay. Yeah. Okay, so, see, I've been on live here for like 4 hours, so I have no idea what's been done and what is
Whoever needs help with their 3D printer, just have them message you and then we'll help them.
Okay, did you hear that? He said if you need help with the 3D printer, just message me and he'll help you. No, that's okay.
I have made all of the mistakes
mm-hmm.
at least 4 times, so I know how to not do something.
Journals and printers, yeah.
I may not know how to do it right, but I know how not to do it so.
Yeah, oh yeah, he knows how to do a lot of things not right.
Thanks.
You know I love you though, Big Daddy.
Do I get to call you Big Mama?
You better not call me Big Mama. I told you, this whole big and small thing does not apply to women. We don't like that.
I don't know.
Remember, you did this the last time when I made that big, huge book, and I called it Big Boy. And he's like, why can't we call it Big Girl? And I said, because, oh my gosh, you're body shaming my book.
I ain't doing nothing.
No, on the last one you did. The Big Boy book up there. I called it Big Boy. So, yeah. But yeah, you can just message me, and he'll try to, like, you know... I'll hand over my reins and let him just...
I will say in the early days, figuring out how to do the first layer was the hardest thing. So.
Uh-huh. In the don't you... Yeah, we like it chunky. We like men chunky. And we like men who like us chunky. Because then we don't care. And we can just eat like kids.
Hold on to.
Huh?
Or to hold on to.
He should. Oh, there's so many though already on here though, and he hates social media. He hates it. He won't be on here. He has no kind of counts at all. They said you should make a TikTok to show about 3D printing stuff.
I actually have thought about it, but if I did that, what would I have to give up? I already don't have any time. So.
I know. Then that means we don't get any hubby's love handles. Just to let you know. So, I've seen a lot of lives about, like, just people showing what they're printing and messing it up. You know, it looks like big Muppet, you know, on there. And that, I'm like, why do you do that? I don't know if they do it just for, like, the clout or if they're genuinely not there to like fix it, so I have no idea, but I do know that it angers me. You know, I had to sit here and run these things. It was like having like 7 extra children. I had one in there that was like kept squealing, and I was like, let me tell you something, y'all need to quit. I was like, my own children are acting better than y'all. So, I had to babysit him when he was out of town for work. So, yeah. Yeah. And how to use an Epson printer. Well, okay, like, to me, the Epson printer was a lot easier to work. There are little things when you're printing out like digitals, like for instance, like the line paper digital. I mean, you cannot do borderless printing. It doesn't exist anywhere in technology world if you were going to do two-sided printing. It comes out dark. Oh, that's weird. That sounds like, do you print from your phone or do you print from an actual like computer? Because if you, I know sometimes that makes a difference when it comes to printing stuff. And are you scanning it or are you printing from somewhere else? So is it like where I buy from Etsy design? Oh, so you're talking about like if you get a digital off of Etsy and it prints out dark? That to me sounds like a print setting. I'd have to go into the print settings and see what they are and what I have them set on, because I haven't had any trouble like when a lot of my digitals are templates, you know, so it's just going to be like black lines. So the hang on a second, I got to take these out. They're irritating me. So like when I print on there, now do you have the tank, or do you have like a normal printer? What I usually do is I do like I guess it's draft printing or whatever, and I don't do like the standard or the best, I guess, printing. Does that make sense? Like you want to do like a fast print. If you do a fast print, they usually come out like normal, to me, normal looking. But they will be like, but if you do like that one where and also you got to make sure that it's not on photo or anything like that, because if it's on photo, that can also do it. Running a print test on your ink can also do it. You're supposed to actually, every time you fill it up, you're supposed to run one of those, like a print test thing too. I would run one of those. I think we're all saying the same thing. I just now looked at the comment. And also, like, do not do like, make sure it's not on photo paper. Make sure it's on just like copy paper, you know, because that is kind of weird. I haven't heard of something like that. I'll have to look it up and see what I can find, because that might be the I think it's on your print settings. It kind of sounds like a print setting, and it's printing it out in a setting that hasn't been. Okay, do this. Reset your print settings. Like, you know, when it pops up and it says, you know, how many copies you want and you're going to print something, reset that, all the settings. And then, because then that kind of is like a process of elimination to what is actually going on in there. I also do not usually print in color, except only my invoices. I always print usually in black, you know, just black ink. And I do, you can do, what's it called? Grayscale. Have you tried doing the grayscale printing? Oh, it does match the color that's displayed. Okay. But yeah, sometimes I have to fiddle with stuff. When I did the blue dream journal and I did that paper, all I wanted to do was double-sided print on there, but I wanted it borderless printing. And my husband's like, you can't do that. It's impossible. And I was like, why? Make it do it. And he's like, I can't make it do it. It won't do it. So, yeah. Pulse. Who's Pulse? Oh, please. You're saying please PM. My Etsy link is in my bio in my Linktree link. If you hit it and it doesn't go right away, go back, X out, and then do it again. And it goes right in there. So, yeah. There was something else that I was supposed to do. I don't remember what it was. After the live. I showed the steampunk colors. I don't know. I don't remember. I'll remember when I get off of here. But this is what we got done. So I'm super excited that everybody, like I said, I haven't used this paper in a year because I got over it, because I made a ton of books out of it and tags and everything. So it was kind of a nice change. You can also, one thing that I used to do, but I don't anymore because it would take too long, is you can take the inks, like what I use back here, and you could do the whole book. And you can do all the pages in them. I used to do that a lot. I wanted to show some things. Organize things. Okay, like, oh, I remember now. Thank you. Hold on. Let me move this stuff out of the way. Okay, so one thing that I do, I need to, hold on. I have these magnets stuck over here, and they literally have picked up everything. See, everything. So if I walk around here, it's like, you know, I can pick up all kinds of stuff with it. So, and it picked up everything. So, hang on. Let me move this stuff over so I can actually get to everything here. Now, I do have stuff organized, but like messy organized. Hold on, I'm going to take this down. I have no idea what's going on up here. I always have to take my phone out of the case. Sorry. Okay. Everybody there? We good now? Okay. Wanted me to verify something. I don't know. So, I have books, like things here. If you get these kind of books, I always recommend whatever you're going to put in it, make sure it matches that. So that way you know what's in there. That actually helps. I have my paint brushes. There's the vinyl thing that I made. That is a nail polish holder for sprays and other sprays and foil up there and all that stuff. So that's one thing you can do. Nail polish, spice rack also works. That's all the hubbies love handles. These little clear shelves are on Amazon. And they come with these stick-on things. They don't work very well. And since I'm not planning on moving the shelves, I have my husband just put them in there. And, I mean, command hooks work great for stuff like that. I recommend lots of plugs. And then, you know, dishes, jars work great for holding stuff. That's what I use these little wee jars for. I have charms in them for that. And let's see, hold on. This has nothing to do with journaling stuff. That's my rings. So that's what that is. And then I have charms. These are all charms. The top is eyelets right here. So I could just pull them out like this, grab them to go. And there's 64 of those. And then those I got from the Dollar Tree. And they're also like little charms and stuff like that. And then sometimes I get repurposed shelves. Or I repurpose shelves. That way I could sit there and make drawers and holders and stuff. And like little extra hooks. That's right here's little Penelope's corner over there. See, I have stuff everywhere. This is the other half of my desk right here. It's an L-shaped desk. So, yeah. And like I said, since I have so many charms and stuff, I have to have drawers. Here, let me unplug this. I have to have drawers. And that's how they are all labeled and organized. So I know where to find everything. Except then I start switching the drawers around. And then I can't find anything again. So that's how that works. So that is a little bit of the organizing. I also have like other containers. Like I have the blooming flower here, which I do have the bigger one at my Etsy shop. These are actually like stuff like this. They're just little trinkets in there. If I'm working on a project or something, that's what I keep whatever the shape is. That's what is in there. So I know this has to do with ocean stuff in there. I have my stampers in here. These are like extra inky stampers. Oh, the washi tape. That's the good one. See, those are corner stampers. And this I got from Cracker Barrel. And it just has, I think it has like my flashlight, for my UV, or my, UV resin stuff, in there. Now I have no idea why it won't close. So, that's kind of, no. Oops, hold on, I ran into my chair. Alright, so down here, this, are you there? Okay, there we go. I have containers. See how I have everything like labeled so I know what's in there. That thing right there is filled with like probably 50 pounds of die cuts. So my washi tape is back there, behind there. Oh, well, no, I didn't get these from Walmart. I got them from Hobby Lobby. That's that. They're $2.99 at Hobby Lobby. I recommend Hobby Lobby because, one, they're better. They did have these at the Dollar Tree, but they're $5 for these. And it's just a 12 by 12. See, I got a bunch of them. And then that one right there is a photo, like, storage. And that's what I store stickers for ephemera and stuff. And then I got more papers. And right here, I got more papers. And then this is my supply of Stamperia right here. And no, that's not all of it. So, and then Hubby's Love Handle products are there. And then I got those boxes right there from Dollar Tree. And they have paints and stuff in them. Right now, I have so many Stamperia molds that they are up in that huge box filled. So, that's what I store all that stuff in. And this is a cabinet, or this is like a bookshelf, and there's cabinets underneath, but I can't get to the cabinets right now. I was not expecting that. Now, I will say, let me see. Here are more bins. This is the ribbon bin, one of them. I have my shipping stuff. Here's one of my hand punches. This is the computer I work on and do digitals, and chunky books. And then I have more books and shelves, and that's how I store the ribbon. Anyway, this is my bedroom. This is not a craft room. I have this side of the room, and that's it. So, yeah, it's chaos over here. I could barely walk in here. So, see, I have my lantern. So, I have, like, stuff everywhere. That's the haunted house shelf up there. So, that is a spoon rest to hold. Yeah, I don't have a craft room. I have 4 kids. I don't get a craft room until somebody moves or something. So, and then, yes, that's my view from my desk. Oh gosh, that looks chaotic on my tablet. See, there's a tablet right there. It will kind of look weird. It does this weird thing where it will keep going in and out, in and out, in and out. It's really weird. And then, let's see. My area stops. Let me move my stuff. I have some boxes here. I have a little fridge right there. That was Ruby's little fridge. And then I have these plastic drawers here. And there are more punches. This is a drawer full of other punches and stuff in there. And then I have, journal scoop stuff. All my little labels are coming up. See, it's just chaos. And then I think that's what the bottom one is. So, and then I have these boxes. This is printing Etsy orders. So, it's kind of organized, but not really. You know, and then I have in the cabinet that's below the bookshelf, I have like all sticker books and stuff like that. So I know where everything is, sort of, except for them stupid eyelets. So yeah, that's kind of how I work. But yeah, it's just one side of a room. My bed is right behind me. So and it's covered with stuff right now because I was looking for stuff. So yeah, that's kind of how it works. Yeah, I know. It's chaos. That's all it is. It's absolute chaos. So, but you don't have to have a big space to do things. You know, before I had this space, I had a itty bitty 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 little space over there. I know, aren't they good? I know. I know where everything is. Crafting is chaos. Exactly. So, yeah. Absolutely. But at least stuff is labeled. You know, I know. So, if something happens to me, at least they'll know what is semi in the box and stuff. So, it's okay. We're good. And I'm reading your guys' comments. Y'all don't even want to even remotely. I can show you the Stamperia. The stuff for my Etsy shop ain't even in this room. I took over my daughter's room for that. I have to find my... Hang on, let me find my cell phone case. What did I do with that? But that... Her room is nice and clean compared to mine. I will say that. I think... Let me see. Oh, there it is. Let me put my cell phone case. I can't put on my cell phone case. Wedding stuff. What do you mean wedding stuff? Hang on a second. Let me stick this back in here. Alright. There we go. We good? Alright. They do have wedding paper. Actually, I'll show it to you. Hold on a minute. Let me figure out how to turn the... Ah, here we go. Ooh. Don't look at my hair. Hang on.
You wanted to show them the chaos?
No, I don't want to show them the chaos. They already seen the chaos. Ooh, something smells good. Alright. Hang on. Now, this is my daughter's room. So, let me move her stuff out of the way. She's at work right now. And she should be coming home shortly. So, oh gosh. She's going to flip out if I make a mess in her room. She already flips out because of all the Stamperia stuff. Stamperia stuff. She has stuff, her own bedroom stuff, everywhere. So, here, let me switch this around. There you go. This is only part of the Stamperia stuff that I have. So, all of those are paper pads in alphabetical order. There. So, I can find anything. Right here, we have the beginning of the molds, paint brushes, everything like that. This is rubber stamps in there. This is this is ephemera. See, she moved this and she put it in the wrong spot. This is ephemera stickers, all filled up. And then we have, hold on, let me get this back in here. Some of the 6x6s, cards, some 8x8, the ephemera and stuff, some ephemera stuff. These are the rub-ons. Those are the collectibles, fabric. We have some of the stamping stuff there. I always have to come in here about once a week and clean up. Hang on, let me move her stuff out of the way. She's migrating over to my area. I got her one of those cute little candles, and she won't light it. So, this is all the first box of die cuts right here for Etsy. And then we come over here. I just got an order in, so I have a lot of the sunflower stuff all in here that I haven't had a chance to put away yet. Here's the other, all the 8x8 pads here and there. And I have, hang on, let me move her. She has her drawer open. Let me push her drawer in. This is what happens when she gets ready for work. She just leaves everything everywhere. So then I have organized here in boxes. Stardust pigments. Rice paper stencils. This is also more paper. These are molds that I have here. That she moved. This box back here is filled with molds, and she moved it so she could open her drawer. And then there's more paper, glue guns, albums, and I think that's more albums, more books. I got some paint right here that I'm putting away. And that's not even it. Let's see. This is where it all used to be. Was here in her lovely closet. This is all the mixed media stuff. This is all paint, die cuts, and then we have, what is this? Let me move this stuff back where it goes. Containers. They make containers too, and bottles, so you can use the mixed media stuff. These are the wood cutouts, wooden shape cutouts, and all of the glamour pigments and everything else. I tell her to come in here and get me something, and this is what it ends up looking like. And I'm like, oh, Lord. So, yeah. I thought I heard a child. So, this is the other room. So, oh, wait a minute. I forgot. There's more. So, yes. I have stuff everywhere. So, but it's semi-organized. See? I know where everything is. That's all. Yeah, I did. I know. No, this ain't all for my craft. Oh my God, my husband would flip out if this. No, I sell this all in my Etsy shop. This is the Etsy store stuff. And it's all up in here. See? Yeah. So, but she has a good sized room. She also has the best view in the house. See? She has a very, very good view. At Christmas time, if it snows, this is the view to come and see. And she does not like curtains up. I have tried to hang them up. This is what she wakes up to, and the sun comes in over that way. So, yeah, it's not good. Not good at all. I don't know how she even sleeps in here. It's insanity. So, yeah, so this is the Stamperia room. This is where I come and get everything. And this is not even where I keep the journaling products, like the We Are Memory Keepers and all that stuff. No, that's in a different room. So, yeah. But yes, I do. I'm a distributor for Stamperia, so that's why I have all this and everything. So, hang on, I'm reading your thing. Yeah, but you don't understand. It's like that at like 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning.
Weird to see you on the tablet in there on your desk.
Do what?
Weird seeing you on the tablet in there on your desk.
Oh, my tablet's on in there. No, we don't have a basement. We do have a garage. And trust me, I've thought about it. You know. Oh, and this isn't. No, we've already taken over the other room. See, I have two daughters who actually are in this room over here. But this isn't a bedroom. This is technically a family room. So it's like a huge room. And this is where all the magic happens. Or chaos, whatever.
60% of the magic happens.
Yeah. So, and there's 2 of these in our bedroom. So, yeah.
Say hi to Lucky.
Which one's Lucky? Oh, yeah, that's Lucky. Oh, where is it? Right there. These parts. Lucky. So, yeah, that's what's happening in here. It's our house. We can take it over. No, we are right up next to the Appalachian Mountains. We are in Tennessee.
You kill me the way you say that.
Appalachian?
Yeah.
Why?
You
How
enunciate it too much.
You don't enunciate enough. That's the problem. You don't enunciate enough.
I understand that.
You know, so yeah.
You just ain't saying it right.
Appalachian?
Yeah.
This is like Worcestershire sauce all over again.
Worcestershire sauce?
Worcestershire sauce. That's funny. I don't know. I'm from Florida, and you don't realize how much you miss it until you're away from it. So I like.
But then you don't know how much you hate it until you go back.
No, I always like it. I never want to go home every time we go back. Oh, Seattle. Oh, it's like always rains there, doesn't it? Appalachia. Appalachia. Oh. The people always say really weird things here. Like, for some reason, it's like him. I pick on him because every I word that he says that's a long I sound, he really...
You just said Florida.
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 It's not Florida.
F-L-O instead of F-L-A.
It depends on where you're from. Tomato, tomato.
No, it's not.
Yeah, 9 months a year. Oh gosh, how can you stand it? That's like living in the UK. It does get hot here, but right now it's not. They actually have 4 seasons here. I didn't even know 4 seasons even existed. We only had, what was that? That was freaky.
How we do it.
Yeah, it takes over your house. But in Florida,
thank you.
We have summer and we have spring. Then we have hurricane season. Then we have tornado season. Then you have love bug season. So, and then you have tourist season. So, yeah, I completely understand. Well, there's a lot of seasons.
I like it.
Oh, let me see. I don't know. Probably getting into trouble. Let's see. You know the attic light is on? Did you turn this attic light on? You know I don't like that.
With my arm.
Okay, thank goodness. Because now we do have an attic. We'll see. It's right there. Freaks me out a little bit. I come by and the light's on in there and I'm like, okay, hold on. I'm going to get blinded coming downstairs. Hey, are you decent? No. Can you put her, I'm on live right now. Yeah, you gotta, no. Nobody wants to see, I don't care, put it on. Nobody wants to see her in her underoos.
Ruby, where are your pants?
Right there. Here, get it. Everybody wants to say hi to you. And they want to see your cool shirt. Oh, Michigan. My husband's aunt is from Michigan. No, go to Ella. Go to Ella. You're making my living room a mess. Hurry up. I'm trying to get down the stairs. Now, when you were talking about sweet girl, are you talking about Ruby or are you talking about Maggie?
I'm right here.
That was Ella. So, yeah. Go get your pants on. Hurry.
Ruby, come put your pants.
Hey, look. I have somebody here who wants to say hi.
Hey, I'm here.
No, you got to go get this on first.
Put on your pants.
Maggie, what are you doing in there? Hang on.
We say oi. You're not British.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my baby. All right. Come here. Say hi. Hi. Shut up, dog. All right, hang on. Let him see your cute little shirt that Mommy bought you. No, Maggie. Hold on. Hang on. All right. I'll pay attention to you in a second. Come on. All right. Here. Stop. Stop. I want to see your shirt. See what it says? Oh, that's what it was. A fart squirrel, which is a skunk, a trash panda, and a danger noodle. Know your animal kingdom. That is the cutest shirt ever. Acting like, shut up. Hi. Say hi, too. This is Maggie. She's a big mouth. She's about to be 12. I know. Say hi. Say hi. 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 Come here. Ugh.
I want to hold Maggie.
No, you can't hold Maggie. So, this is Big Mouth here. She looks like a puppy, but she is actually 12 years old. All right, come here. Yeah, here. All right, here. Just don't drop her. Oh, there she goes. Now if you can pick her up. So, this is why upstairs is not really, not chaotic. Hey, she's not going to let you pick her up. Uh-oh. Maggie, come here. Come here. So, sorry, guys. I didn't realize it was super bright there. So yeah, no, Maggie just wants attention all the time. It gets on my nerves. Really gets on my nerves. So, that's a I want attention right there. That's what she does. Maggie, quit, you weirdo.
When does Caleb get off work?
No. All right, so, yeah, there you go, rogue construction suit. And she'll do that until I pay attention to her again. So, yeah. So, anyway, so that's, can you not throw things at Mommy, please? That's where we keep everything. So, you got to make do with what you have. And everything. So, but this was a fun live. I'm so glad you guys joined and everything like that. Oh, can I actually like my own live? Oh, I didn't know that.
You didn't know that?
No, I didn't. Well, my phone is always up on the holder thing, so I never... How am I supposed to know? You know? So, this replay will be on my YouTube channel. As soon as it's ready, I'll go and upload it. So if you want to rewatch it, you can. Oh gosh. Don't get in trouble, okay? I already got fussed at already this week because somebody said their husband found their credit card bill. Hey, can you shut that off? Their husband found their credit card bill and they spent like $2,000 at my Etsy shop. And they're like, I gotta chill for a while.
I'm trying to fix it for you.
And so I was like, well, don't get, sorry. You're not. So, I know. I said, look, I warned you ahead of time. I am an enabler. I like to spread this sickness around. I don't care. Yeah. Not in one shot. They just shop there multiple times. So, I mean, I don't blame them, though. You guys would probably die if you saw how much I usually have to spend to restock Stamperia stuff each week. Well, I could ship to Australia. The only problem is you have to pay for shipping, and Australia is expensive. I do ship the hubby's love handles there. They're usually the ones I ship internationally. There's something else I ship internationally too. I don't remember. I got lots of stuff in there. Did you finally calm down?
When did you get 2K subscribers?
I don't know what you're talking about.
On YouTube, when did you hit 2K subscribers?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. My daughter's asking me. She didn't know I hit 2,000 subscribers on my YouTube channel. And I'm like, I don't even know how many I have now.
2,040.
Oh. All right. So, like I said, I'm going to be doing the next set of hubby's love handles. For the steampunk in the gold and the bronze. They'll be listed today. And then when we get the other colors done, then I'll add them as they come. I think I put, don't you get stuff from, not for free, no. No, all of that stuff upstairs comes out of my pocket. You know, I'm a distributor, so I have to purchase the stuff from Stamperia to sell it.
Mom,
So, yeah. What?
I made a diamond.
That's amazing.
I'm super baby.
Don't jump off of the furniture.
I'm super baby.
The only time Stamperia sends me stuff where, you know, for free is they send these pizza, what they call pizza boxes. And it's a box filled with new collection stuff, and they want me to make stuff out of it and then send it to them. Oh, yeah. You definitely, I get wholesale prices. So, yes, definitely do get a discount. Oh, thanks for joining. Thank you all for joining. I have no idea what this team thing is up here. I don't know. I have no idea. So, Maggie.
What's it say?
Maggot, stop it. Hey, quit. Is it worse? Is it worth it? Is it worth it? Have I ever created a pizza for sale? Oh, a pizza box. You're talking about pizza box? Sorry, I'm reading a little bit slow. I don't know. Oh my God, Lisa. Lisa, you're getting worse. Oh gosh. The only one I did was what I usually do is if I'm gonna do a live for them, with them, which is not easy to do. Oh my gosh. First of all, the guy, the director of marketing, his name is Omar, and he's hilarious. But I have a hard time understanding what he's saying because he's got a very thick accent. And the day that I did the workshop live with them, I did not have my hearing aids in, and I have no idea what he was saying or anything. So I had to have my daughter with me to tell me, hey, somebody wants to know this, this, and this. And I'm like, okay, that I can do. And he's very fast talking and very low talking. And that's not a good combination for me. I can't hear anything. So when I did that workshop, I made a kit to go with it that was discounted. Like if you bought it all from my Etsy shop, it would have been like 40% more in price. So I made it, I discounted the kit, you know, so that way people could do the project and everything, which you can still do the project. The list of materials and everything is listed on there. You just have to have all the materials to do that, you know. So if that's something that you want to do, it's on my YouTube channel, the live is, and the list of materials is in the live and stuff. You can actually, if you don't want to buy everything all at once, you can always buy little by little. You don't have to buy everything all at once. So that makes it a little bit easier and not as costly. That's one reason why instead of throwing away the mess ups for the hubby's love handles, I told my husband to keep them because I'm like, we we could sell them as like discounted ones. And that's what we do for people who may be on a budget, or trying to be, because that don't work with me. I don't do budgets, you know. I'd rather say, okay, I'll just sell a few books or something, and then that way I can get whatever I want. Hold on. Oh, yeah. I can understand. Now, my grandmother, okay, we are planning to go down to Florida to go and see her sometime. I don't know when.
Yeah.
And when, yeah, I just don't know when. I'll have to plan it out because I'll have to close my Etsy shop for a couple weeks and everything. And, but we can't go in the summertime because, you know, Daddy will die, and melt, and everything. And so we have to go like in the winter time, pretty much, well, sort of winter time. And I had planned on, when we do go down there, I will do a live with her because she's like an 89-year-old version of me. And we can make something together on there. And plus, you guys got to see her black hole of a craft room. Oh my gosh. The last time I went there, I was like, this is insane. I was like, how do you even find anything? She's like, I know where everything is. And I was like, you sound just like me. So, and it's insanity. Like, she's got high-tech equipment up in that place, you know, but she did mostly sewing. And I got her now interested in junk journaling. She's on her second book now. And it's the one that, if you see my video where I was talking about grommets, she's making a Japanese geisha book and everything. So I'll do a live with her, and that will be really funny, because she is, how I am, she's the older version of me. We're both like, you know, and you know, I have hearing aids. And she's deaf in one ear. And I always end up sitting on the side that she can't hear out of. So I'll be talking to her and I'm like, she's not even listening to me. And then she's like, you got to sit on the other side of me. So yeah, that would be interesting. So that, or something I was going to say. Oh, she got a lot of the hiccups last time I sent her something, because that's what she wanted, was the hubby's hiccups. So, but she's got a lot of interesting little tips and tricks and stuff. So,
Who, Grandma?
yeah, oh yeah. Well, because my grandmother owned her own business for several years. She didn't retire till she was 75, and she owned in West Palm Beach a custom clothing store where people went in, they got custom measured. So she had a lot of high-end clientele, and right in the middle of West Palm. So, she's seen a lot and knows a lot of stuff. Oh yeah, we text each other. She texts me on her Jitterbug smartphone. Yeah, Grandma texts me all the time. She texts.
Don't even text.
Yeah, she texted me this morning. She sends me gifts. You know, like funny ones and stuff. If I tell her there's a package on the way, she sends me like a yay GIF and stuff. She knows how to do all that.
Grandma is the most down to earth grandma ever.
Yeah, she is. She's very down to earth. She's not like completely tech savvy, but she knows stuff. And she also, she's always going. I know her schedule now to when she's going to be home. Because if I call during the day, she's never home. And so, my daughter Lily does. Ella has journaled too. My daughter Kaylin started doing journaling right after I did. I started around 2019, before Rubik's was born. And then Kaylin was the first bookmaker in the house. She taught me how to make a book, and then I said, okay, well, I'm going to evolve this process, and I'm going to do it a little bit different. So I kind of evolved from there. So She did. She said, "Oh my God, I'm tired." Sorry. And she's the one who's working right now, and I know she comes home with the whining and complaining all the time. You're such a couch potato.
Daniel.
What?
Her friend Daniel.
Oh God, I don't even want to hear nothing about any boys. I don't want to hear it. I just want her to go to college and graduate. Then I don't give a flip. That's all I want to hear.
I told Gage that she had a friend at work, and he went, "Oh."
Oh my gosh, is it 6? It's 6 o'clock already.
Oh, it is.
Oh wow, it's 6 p.m. here. 6 in the evening time. So yeah, so my kids, they all kind of do something. Now Lily has also. Lily, if you guys don't know, if you buy something from me and you get a freebie bag, Lily's the one who makes it. She's the 12-year-old who's in there right now watching something on her computer, brushing her hair.
What a weirdo.
Ella, the one who's commenting back here, is the one who takes after my sarcasm.
I don't really do anything to help you.
Huh?
I don't do anything to help you.
No, she watches Rubik's for me and stuff. If I need help with that.
I have my own YouTube to look after.
And she has her own YouTube to look after. What do you have, like 5 followers?
11. I haven't done no YouTube.
She said 11. Oh,
I
gosh.
got 2 new subscribers today, too.
Do what?
I just got 2 new subscribers today, too.
What are you at, 12 now?
No, 11. That's what I...
Oh, so you had...
You
had 9?
9, and then...
Yeah,
My views have gone up. I'm just gonna say that.
Okay. I am getting really close on YouTube. When I get to... when you get to 1,000 subscribers and you have 4,000 viewing hours for 365 days, then you actually get to make money off of it. And I'm at 3,500 and something for the viewing hours. I already had 1,000 subscribers, and I was like,
One of my friends just hit 1,000.
well, thank you. Do what?
One of my friends just hit 1,000 subscribers.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's cute. Yeah, so she's a funny one. Now, Kaylin, I will say, is kind of uptight. You know, she doesn't like to joke around. She doesn't like to do any of that stuff. She's kind of a, you know.
Everything too literally.
Yes. She's very, you know. So I try to get her out of her shell once in a while. Like I'll pop her on the butt or something like that.
And she'll just yell at you.
Yeah. And then she, you know. So I'm like, you know, she can't handle our sense of humor in this house at all. Especially with Ella's comebacks.
I think I'm rubbing off on Stacy a little too. You made a terrible joke the other day while I was there.
Well, I heard a funny joke the other day. No, you don't have to record your lives. What you do is, Maggie, stop it. Hey,
Stop eating your foot.
quit. What you have to do is you go into live replays and you can download it there. It's just, if you go to download it, you have to stay on there until it's done downloading. And you have to wait till it's done processing. It will say it takes so many hours to process it. And then when you go on there, you can download it and everything. I am in Tennessee. Not like, ding, 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 not that kind of Tennessee. We're close to Knoxville. Knoxville. That drives me.
Bull.
It's not bull. It's Bill. Everyone here says bull. Knoxville.
You want to talk about living in the sticks? My friend Natalie literally lives in the sticks. Like you have.
Is it up in Crossville?
Yeah.
Well, that whole place is the
But
sticks.
she lives more in
So
the sticks than
it's East Tennessee. I actually live about 20 minutes from Nikki, Mama's Junk Journaler.
This is Bruno's shoe.
And I live right down the road from Brittany, who's another creator on here. What is this?
It's my Bruno's shoe.
Okay, why do I want it? I don't want it.
My Bruno's missing.
your Bruno's missing.
It's not Bruno. We don't talk about Bruno.
It's Bruno's in the closet.
It is. We'll ask Ella, and she'll get. Well, careful. She'll get it out.
Get my Bruno out.
It's not Bruno.
You go into. Hey.
It's not Bruno though. It's Mirabelle.
It's Mirabelle, not Bruno. We don't talk about Bruno. The replay is if you go into settings. I think it's settings, and then it will have live, and then it will have live events and live replay. I think that's where you go into. No, she wants, I almost said Bruno again. She wants Mirabelle.
Pick one toy and get out.
We don't talk about Bruno, no. We haven't watched that in a while. Gosh, we went through like a whole month of her watching that every single day. You know, it was awful. Yeah, I think, Bruno, you haven't seen Enchanted, or what is it? Encanto. I almost said Enchanted. Encanto is that cartoon.
Columbia movie.
Where's her doll at? Go in there and get her Maribel before she has a full-blown conniption fit. I have her shoe.
Duck.
She gave me her shoe.
Here, take Mr. Duck.
No, give her Maribel. Sorry, guys. Disney movie with the magical... Yeah, there you go. I liked it. It's not Bruno. We don't talk about Bruno. It's Maribel.
How about a Barbie doll?
Honey, it's in there. It's in that box in there. You know? So, yeah. It's just that movie Encanto. But, and that and Moana. She loves Moana. But, and Cars. I mean, you go from that to Cars, I don't know. She likes Monsters, Inc. too. So, that's okay. So yeah. So, I'll plan on, I think I'm going to do a live this week. I have to think. Maybe on Tuesday, because usually my oldest daughter is off on Tuesday. And I'm going to be doing, I think, a new book out of the Sunflower Art one. Oh. Is it upstairs?
How about a baby doll? Look, I'll show you. You put the shoe on the baby doll.
And we're going to be, I'm going to, hey! It's not Bruno. It's Maribel, not Bruno.
Go get your tablet. I'll put on Bruno.
Oh, baby, come here. Come tell Mama what happened. Oh, hold on. Come here. So we'll do a live sometime next week, and we're going to use the sunflower collection, and we're going to make the sunflower, what was I going to do? A sunflower art shop book. So I know she's looking for Bruno, but she's not looking for Bruno. She's looking for her Maribel doll, because we don't talk about Bruno, do we?
Yeah.
So yes, and I have kind of a combination design that I'm going to do for that book. So I'm kind of excited about that. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, we don't talk about, look, they said you don't talk about Bruno.
Oh.
No, we don't. So
That's you.
yeah. That's happening right now.
And that's me.
Yeah.
That's me, Ruby.
It is Ruby. Everybody said hi, Ruby.
Hi.
Yeah.
I love you, Mom.
I love you too, baby. Don't call her a suck up. What's wrong with you? She's just a sweet baby, and we want her to stay that way. We don't want her. We don't want her to take after you guys. So yeah.
Mama.
What, baby? So yeah. So we're gonna plan on doing that this week sometime, and then we will. We'll see how it goes. I don't know how long it will take though, because it's kind of very involved book. It's gonna be like a version of the house book, sort of, but a little bit different. So, Ella, it's always Ella. Is that Kaylin? Is Kaylin home? I didn't hear you. Don't listen to you. Yeah.
KK's home.
Oh, KK's home? Yeah, they all look like me. Thank God. I'm going to do a version. I'm going to do a version of the sort of the house one. So, hello, Kaylin. How was your day? Did you have to deal with more boomers?
Actually, no.
Oh, well, that's good. Yes, so you guys, I know, Ella's mean to everybody. Honey, it's not Bruno, it's Maribel. But, yes, so we'll work on that. I'm going to be working on a design. Sorry, it's kind of bright over there. We'll find Maribel here in just a second, okay? Okay.
Mom, I found light in the tree.
You did?
Yeah.
So, yeah, we will do that. Oh, bye, Rosie. And, Bumblebee Tuna. That better not spill anywhere. Not my living room. So, yeah. I don't remember what else I was going to say, but it is what it is. So, thank you guys for joining me today. I'll post the live for the book I made earlier on my YouTube channel as soon as it's available. Hubby's Love Handle, Steampunk, the next two colors. I just got to go up there and put them on there.
Oh my gosh, this is so good.
And, hey, she's got the Xbox controller.
Hey, give me that.
Don't, oh my God. And then, Louisa, is she the strong one?
Yeah, she's the big one.
I'm the strong one. Yeah, that one. Yeah, I know that one. What kind of ugly look was that? Are you tired? Yeah? All right. So, yeah.
You're on my spot.
You did? Like, to buy, well, I have an Etsy account that I buy stuff from, too. And everything. There's a chick on TikTok that looks just like her from Encanto.
Dude, these are so good.
Oh, well, that's good. Welcome to the dark side.
$2.29? So I used your money.
So yes. So like I said, I will. I'll get all that stuff added. If you guys have any questions about anything, or you want to watch the replay, it will be on my YouTube channel. All right. Ew! Does that have the balls in it? Oh God, I don't know how you guys like that boba tea stuff. Oh, it gives me the willies. All right, I'm getting off of here. What is that?
It's, you know those little containers from Dollar Tree?
Oh, okay.
Mom,
Okay.
Dad.
All right. So thank you guys for joining me. And no, we ain't going to the park.
No, baby's coming.
Baby's going to take you? Okay.
All right.
Bye, Mom.
Oh, good. I hope you like it.
Bye, Mom.
Yeah, it came already? I think I just sent it like yesterday.
Bye, Dad. Bye, Ella.
Bye. Have fun.
All right, you guys. Bye. You guys